Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blankets, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. And today, y'all, I hope you're all having a good morning. I do have a guest with us this morning. It's the lovely Miss Annie. Hi, Annie. Thank you so much for being here this morning for me. We haven't had a baby yet.
No.
No baby yet.
Unfortunately not.
But it's coming eventually,
It's coming.
hopefully.
We hope.
Oh, gosh. Let's say hi to the chat. We got 80s. Good morning, 80s. Good morning.
Hi,
And
80s.
Lady in Gray. Good morning. Mama Llama's here. Good morning. And Buffy's here. Look at that. It's turning into a party. Oh, my goodness.
I know. Mama Llama.
Oh, she says they look fabulous. Thanks. I think she's talking about me. Both of us look great. Oh, my goodness. So I had a fun weekend. I had a nice weekend. It was nice weather all around. Did some stuff. Then yesterday I did nothing. And it was miraculous. It was the better of the days. It was the better of the days. How was your weekend?
I'm not sure that I knew it was the weekend, honestly.
Baby brain.
The hubby was gone because he had to do some stuff for our business.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I slept on and off for most of it. So I guess it was a good weekend.
That's great. Perfect.
I did have a baby scare at one point, and I packed the car and everything, and I was on it, and
no baby, but you're all prepared now. It can happen at any time, and you're like, I already got it together.
I am so prepared for this one stage.
That's it. It's the only thing you can prepare for, to be honest.
Exactly.
The rest, you want to believe you can, and you can't. You can't at all. Well, good. I'm glad both mom and baby are wonderful and happy and healthy. 80s looks around for the imposter. Yeah, you guys played Among Us in the Discord server this weekend, didn't you?
We did.
We'll have to
murdered a lot of people.
He seems like he would be a very good imposter.
Yeah, he really figured out that sabotage thing.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, so we're here for Karen Reed, day 18. Oh, my goodness. Don't know who's going to be on the stand today. We had a half day on Friday, which was so great. By the way, in case anyone's wondering, my eye thing, I don't know what that was, but it all cleared up by the evening, and I've been fine since then. Don't know what that was all about, but here we are. Yeah, so we had a half day of court Friday. I don't know if you got caught up or not, Annie, but it was I don't even know why we're there. It was the lady who put the pieces of the taillight back together.
Mm-hmm.
It was painful, to be quite honest. It was very painful. And then if I remember right, not all the pieces fit together, I think she said, which was interesting. Anyway, so
I watched on 2x speed, and I clearly missed some things because even after court was done, I missed the fact that court was done. So, because I came back and I was looking, and I missed that. So,
that's it. Yeah, it was so boring. Okay, yeah, the last piece didn't fit. Yeah, I didn't entirely remember which pieces didn't fit. Because I could barely see.
Pieces?
I don't know. I don't know if they're extra pieces or they didn't pick up some other pieces. Quotes, if you believe that story. I don't know. I guess I should say I don't know what their excuse was for it. You know what I mean? If there's still more pieces missing or what happened. I know somebody said in the Discord, I saw it the other day, I think it was Angie and Lady in Gray were talking about it. And it was over the tail light. And I think they said that the pieces that fit together, because remember, so Cert finds one piece or whatever in the road, and then leaf blower guy finds the glass, and then a couple of days later, a week later, Buchanan gets a call to go pick up pieces because that's when like the police chief calls him or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a day Michael Proctor goes and collects some pieces. And I believe one of them said that the pieces that Proctor collected were the ones that fit together. So
Okay.
That's interesting, if true. Okay. It's interesting. It's conflicting evidence. I mean, that's what I was going with without having to say it. Could those have been pieces that were in John's house? Maybe. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Kathy. Mm-hmm. Good morning. Morning
Good
from
morning.
Wyoming. Lovely.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Moved there.
Oh, and so then there was like afterwards, the jury went away from the day, and Beth decided to make her rulings about the Arcature people and the Arca people.
Okay.
So both are allowed to testify to whatever they want. Okay, so Aperture, who is the prosecution's reconstruction accident people, okay, the one dude is like, oh, I need to change my report because my dad is wrong, because basically he did in fact violate sequestration, because he watched Dr. Ian Whiffins. I don't think he was
the Whiffin changed the,
Yes. Who the only way he knew to change it was if he watched the thing. And like Bev even said that Alessi, so they're letting him change this whole report, which changes the timeline a little bit. She's
allowing that?
Yes, she is.
How?
She did tell, I agree. I agree, it's ludicrous. But she did tell Alessi,
18
you
days?
can. I know, right?
Okay.
And it's anyway, like, sorry, your stuff didn't work out the first time, bro. What are you going to do? But she did tell Alessi that he has a very long leash when it comes to questioning him. He can ask him about violating sequestration. She basically was like, you can ask him whatever you want.
So everything, it's free game. Totally. Anybody can say whatever they want.
Pretty much.
You're absolutely allowed to humiliate him on the stand as well.
Right. And I think she said something too of like, maybe they'll rehash it later, but something about allowing Jen McCabe to come back and testify again, which I do kind of just want to happen.
Can you imagine
her and somebody else? Mm-hmm.
Well, because that would change her. She'd have to change her storyline on the stand, right?
Yes.
Her timeline?
According to Alessi, yes.
That is beautiful because, I mean, Cross has already torn her kind of to bits over changing her stuff in the past.
Yeah, it's a mess. But, and Arca's allowed to talk about whatever they want. Like their new stuff, all of that jazz. And Brennan was like, but nobody has time to read it. Too bad.
I did hear him at one point say, I don't remember what part of I don't remember where it was, but he was talking about how the timeline hasn't changed. They're not saying that anything has changed, right?
That's what he's saying.
But it's literally that the time is changing, unless I just don't understand. Which
could be, because that's right. He hasn't put together a very timeline for us. So there's that. Good morning, Amber. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Lady and Grace says X has been all over Beth's decision. Yeah, I hear it's kind of crazy out there. Good morning, RTC. Good morning. So we have Craig Lackey. Hello, Craig. Thank you for joining us. I love that. A chilly day in Niagara. Yeah, it's pretty cool up here where I am too. So it's nice.
Lucky.
Okay, Lady Grace said she would entertain the request to bring back Jen and Whiffen, but it doesn't mean that will allow it. Right. I thought that's what, but she did say Alessi could ask basically whatever the hell he wanted to, which
she makes some questionable choices as a judge, in my opinion.
I've never seen. Yeah, Kathy, this is the craziest case I've ever heard as well. It's something. This is not normal. If this is anybody's first time watching a trial, none of this is the norm. Thank goodness. It shouldn't be. It is a lot of places though, but we won't get into that. Buffy says, no, you're right. And Brennan is a slime ball because if the timeline hadn't changed, the report wouldn't have changed. Exactly. Like, oh my God, the nonsense he was spewing and we're being ambushed. Like, what?
This is why I hesitate to say that I don't like defense attorneys. Typically, under normal circumstances, I am not a fan, having worked alongside them and having, had when I was a GAL, blah, 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 blah. Not a huge fan. Sometimes they are actually trying to get innocent people off, and that's one thing. But, oh my goodness, Brennan is just a slime ball, in my opinion.
Oh my goodness. It's a mess, you guys.
Not a fan.
It's a mess. Not a fan. Kathy agrees. Oh my gosh, sorry. Zoe is being a pain in the butt. Oh wait, she's going to go lay down now.
No. Don't say her name. She'll get excited.
She's going to go drink all of Kata's water. That's what she's going to do. Never mind, she's already been out 3 times already today, but that's fine. She's like, yeah, I want everyone to know that I exist. So,
important, mother. I don't know where my menaces are, but they're not here, so I don't care.
Oh, that's strange. It must be they're probably at your desk. Like,
probably.
Isn't she usually sitting here? Where is she? Like, no, I'm here in bed today. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes.
Good morning, Angie. Hey, girl, you deserve all the comfort right now. If I could, I would be doing this from my bed too. RTC says, I think the defense will prove more lies. Brennan says he was surprised that they found this out. AJ will shut them down. I am really hoping Brennan is sneaking that smart.
That's a good way to put it. I mean, I don't disagree.
Sorry, pardon me. Yeah, he's something. Again, they hired a mob defense attorney. The state did. I think we're seeing it. Exhibit A. Oh, by the way, guys, if you haven't yet, please make sure to like this video. That way people know that we're live. It gets into the algorithm and it lets people know, hey, those girls are live and they're fun to hang out with. This is where the party is. And share on social media if you have it. That way we can get new people in the chat to hang out with all you cool cats and kittens. Sorry, I had to say that one time.
You did not.
I did. This is going to be one of those things I think about 10 hours from now.
Yeah.
That I'm like, oh God, why did I say
why
that?
did I do that? Speaking of you cool cats and kittens.
Have you ever said just something and you're like, why did I do that? Even say that?
Yes.
So I don't even know if Elbow Feet's listening, right? But we're in the car and we're driving to his dad's house and he talks to his dad on the phone. He's like, okay, we'll see you in a bit. Thanks, Daddy. And he's on the phone. And I was like, what? What did you just say? And he was like, I don't know why I just said that. Can we just not talk about it? I don't even know.
Can we pretend like it didn't happen?
Yes. So I decided to tell the whole internet.
Yeah.
It was like, I don't know why I said that. Oh, we've all been there.
I hope he's listening.
I hope he is too. He won't care
by now.
Probably. He doesn't care. But I did said that to him like all day. Okay, let me let my dogs out. In a momento. Yes, ladies. Yes.
My husband brought me coffee, so. Oh my goodness. That show had a hold on me when it was first out. I didn't know anything about it until my best friend came over and put it on, and
act like they've never been outside ever.
We binge watched the whole thing while we ate.
What's that?
I was saying that. I just remembered the other part of the story. I was saying that show had a hold on me, and Tiger King had a hold. I didn't know anything about it when it first came out, but my best friend came over and we binge watched it while we ate a catering size amount of Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets. So we just sat there and it was ridiculous thinking back, actually.
I'm obsessed with it. Thank you, Kathy. That's so nice to say. We love having you here too. We love having all of you guys here. It's so fun. It's like a nice little community. I love it.
An intentional community?
An intentional community, not a cult. Not a cult. Just an intentional community where we just watch trials together. Also, so this week, the schedule for court is a little different. Thursday is only going to be a half day, and then there's no court Friday or Monday due to the Memorial Day holiday weekend. So I'm thinking that since there's not court, I'll still try to do something for you all. I just don't know what yet. So that's what we're thinking about doing. Maybe we'll watch some old testimony, or maybe we'll deep dive into a different case. I don't know. You guys let me know what you guys want to do with those days, and I'll try to throw something together there. But there's no court Thursday afternoon, Friday, or Monday. So I got to figure out how to entertain y'all. Which we can entertain ourselves. We have fun on just, what should we call those days? The choose your own adventure days? My reply, I will call you. Sorry about this. It's a very important text I have to send.
Well, very good. I don't know. I think choose your own adventure day is fine. I was trying to think of a way to put llama in it, but sometimes you just need to let it go, you know? Our holiday. What holiday?
Memorial Day.
Oh, ours is next Monday, right? It's in a week.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
B and I thought that it was today.
Oh, well, RCC is Canadian, if I remember right. Yeah.
I think so. I think I saw Niagara Falls somewhere in the comment. Okay.
Yes. Niagara Falls. I do remember.
Which is on my list of things to see.
Oh, I know. It's not really that far of a drive from Ohio. I think it would be nice to go. What else?
A little bit further from North Carolina, but I like road trips. I did like road trips before pregnancy.
So that puts a damper on a lot of things.
It does.
Also this week, you guys, so if you're a member of the channel, Wednesday night at 9 p.m., Terry and I are doing a members only. Oh boy. And she's planning it. So who knows what's going to happen?
You have no knowledge of what's going to be great.
No, it's going to be so great because I love surprises. I'm sure their secrets will be spilled and shenanigans to be had and plenty of inside jokes. So if you don't want to miss that, you can easily become a member by clicking the join button, and you can choose from the different tiers. And then, so like when you become a member, you get to use all the special emojis in live chats and get to see, our behind the scenes or our live in-person shows or just stuff for our members only. And if you can't afford to be a member, that is okay too. We have a very generous audience who likes to give memberships to people. And you can turn that on if you go to where it says join, you pop that up and there'll be like 3 dots in the top right. And it'll say like gift membership settings. And you just turn that on and you may randomly be given a gift membership. The gift givers don't get to choose who it goes to.
Which is a silly function to me.
It is a silly function, but I guess maybe I don't know. I don't know why they do that. But anyway, so we have one this Wednesday. And I know that the lovely Miss Amos is putting together a compilation of bloopers. Some from my recording of the Diddy trial, which is also, we just dropped day 4 and 5 yesterday. If you haven't listened to that, definitely do. But some of Llama's outtakes.
Very good.
So that should be a fun time. And then Thursday is True Crime and Wine Time with Terry, and we're going to have special guest co-host Cap'n, who is a member of our staff. She was on the Zizian Cults miniseries that we wrapped up last month. She's super great, hilarious, wonderful, and they're going to be very funny. And they're going to be covering the case of a dentist turned serial killer, Glennon Engelman. Yeah, a dentist turned serial killer. Like, we all need more fears about the dentist, because I don't know about who here has serious dental phobias. I do. I don't like it. I don't like going there. It's a very popular phobia. It's a very popular phobia.
Is it like a Sweeney Todd situation where like he's killing them at work, or
I don't know. I know nothing about this story. Nothing about it. So I'm very interested to tune in and find out what they'll be talking about. And then in July, Terry is going to be here in Ohio, Marion, Ohio, doing a live in-person show with a special guest co-host. And they'll be covering the mysterious unsolved murder of Joey LaBute, which is a local case here in Ohio. Tickets are on sale now, so feel free to go ahead and buy those, because it's going to be a party in Ohio. I'm going to be there. Elbow Feet's going to be there. Terry's going to be there. Amos and her family's going to be there.
Everybody's going to be there.
Everybody's going to be here. It's where the party's at. So that's July 19th, and tickets are on sale. It is a smaller venue, so I think only like 40 or 50 tickets are available. So definitely try to get yours and secure that. And the prices on them vary as well, to very affordable to like VIP stuff. So that's what we have going on right now. We are busy ladies. Yes, as Lady and Grace says, you'll have to watch Thursday night to find out. Yeah. How weird is that? A dentist turned serial killer.
Coffee break.
My coffee break. I'm thirsty. Lady and Grace says that Diddy trial. What a scum person he is. Thank you for taking one for the team. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's something. It's something to read.
It's a hard listen.
For sure. It's a hard listen. It's a hard read. I'm hoping. I don't know how the rest of that trial is going to go. I really don't know much about what they plan to reveal or call. Like, I knew Cassie and her story, but everyone else that's coming up, I don't know. So you're going to get a lot of candid Llama being like, what did I just read?
Wow.
Oh boy.
Who? What? So, because I got to form the question. Baby brain is just a mess. What was the original? What are the charges? Why are they?
He's charged with sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and prostitution over state lines.
Okay, so that's what I thought you'd said in the first one. Do we know who like blew the whistle on all this, or?
I believe it's Cassie. I believe she was the first one to file a lawsuit, and even though he settled it the next day, I believe. But people have been talking about this for years. So there was like this guy, and I don't know all the details. I'll have to look into it. So we'll just speculation. But there was a guy who a couple years ago, I want to say during Trump's first presidency, where this dude was at the Trump Mar-a-Lago or whatever it's called. And was like an active shooter or something like that. And you can find this on YouTube, and in his interrogation, this guy apparently was a male escort, said that Diddy had hired him, that all this stuff had happened, and they're all like, bro, you sound crazy. Not so crazy, it turns out. Not so crazy. I don't know how that's correlated to the shooting. I'm not saying that that's the reason why he did what he did, but he talked about it in his interrogation, which was very interesting. So I don't know what all is going to come out during this trial, but I am here for it. It's wild. Yeah. Llama doesn't approve. Have you seen anything about Sandra Birchmore, a few cops with names attached to this case? Yes, we have talked a little bit about that. I'm not super familiar of what's been going on like recently, since probably this fall, because I think that's because there's federal charges and all sorts of stuff. So I want to say the last time I looked at updates was the fall. But yes, if you guys don't know this, there is the Sandra Birchmore case and the Brian Walsh case that involved a lot of these people. MSP, I mean, at the investigation teams. I mean, not like Jen, though. Maybe it does. I don't know. Jen's everywhere, so it could be. Who knows?
She is.
Or Carrie. Carrie talks so much, remember? Good Lord.
Even if she does, she was well trained for the stand. Or, better, I guess. Better than Jen.
Mm-hmm.
She said way less than Jen.
Yeah. And so I was talking because, it was Lally that was doing all the questioning on Friday. Oh, God, it's so hard. Friday was so hard because my eyes couldn't see it. I just had this pounding headache and it was just him being like this. But apparently he has stopped saying what, if anything. So, see, some people
since the last trial?
Yes, is what the chat was telling me. So apparently, he took that and used it. And that's the thing, is he's not the only lawyer. There are a lot of lawyers who every question they ask is what, if anything, and everybody
did
hates
it a whole bunch.
Elaine did it. Elaine 2.0 in the Adam Montgomery case.
Mm-hmm.
She too was a what,
Elaine
if anything.
was with Depp and Heard, if you guys didn't watch that. Depp and Heard.
It's a way they teach you how to ask questions in law school, because that's how it's an appropriate way to ask any question. Right. But you have been doing this long enough, bro. Come on. You can ask things in a different way. Okay. So he did take some constructive criticism there, I guess, and did not do that. Yeah, Brian Walsh, another case by lead investigator, disgraced trooper Michael Proctor, and celebrate extractions. Yeah, that one. Ooh, I mean, that guy, innocent before proven guilty. Innocent before proven guilty. Sure, yes, I'm all about that. But his searches, his Google searches, I'm gonna get really hard. It's not great. It's he put every thought that was in his brain in a Google search in real time while he's trying to dismember and cover up his wife's body. It's oh gosh, sir, come on. Is the defense calling Proctor to the stand? That's a good question, RGC. He is on their witness list. I hope so. For my sake, I hope so. I hope for all of our sakes. And that way he's up on the stand again, looking like a fool, because F that guy. He's not a good person. Not great. Oh, I got some movement going. Don't worry. You guys know what's going to come next. Counsel, can I see you aside trial?
Thank you. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning.
Oh, the jury's in right away, y'all.
We appreciate you here, ready, willing, and able to get started early, so we're happy about that. Thank you. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions?
Good morning, Sam.
Independent research.
Good morning, Amy for Justice.
This case. Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case since we left on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please. Or Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, call to call Nicholas Bradford to stand.
Oh, was that Lally I just saw walking to the podium?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
We gotta find out.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Oh, this seems like it's going to be riveting.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Nick Bradford, Bradford.
What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA expert for Bodie Technology
Oh, okay.
And where is Bodie Technology located?
in Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school, sir?
I went to school at Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania for a bachelor in forensic biology and a master's in forensic molecular biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at Bodie in about 2009.
And so did you work at Bodie prior to your graduation?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there at Bodie?
Since then, I spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police at about 2021.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician
And when did you become an analyst?
in 2014.
And what is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The technicians operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
And what does an analyst do?
An analyst analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various police agencies from around the country. We come to court to testify and do statistical analysis of any comparisons that we might do.
Now, if you could, sir, please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician, it was probably a few, maybe 2 or 3 month training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at Bodie?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education, so that would be things like conferences, things like that. And we have to do scientific literature reviews, so we have to keep up with the scientific articles 4 times a year.
Now, if you could just expound a little as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component consist of, as far as the conferences and scientific literature review? What specific areas are you reviewing and going to conferences on?
Yes, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Now, how many analysts work at Bodie?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
If you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodie is.
So Bodie is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
Now, you mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where does some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform at Bodie?
So I am part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury, first in sort of general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Yes, so for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Now, is the Bodie lab accredited?
Yes,
And by whom is it accredited?
through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodie lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes, so at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process, so we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks, and during after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst work undergoes at the Bodie Labs?
Yes, so the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodie?
Yes, so we submit the case file with the report and all of our conclusions. And then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes, so twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I'm trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
Right. So positive controls we use to make sure that the various testing steps that we're performing are working as we expect. So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA units at Bodie Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yeah, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And the freezers, refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA, so we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us. They'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us, and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, sir, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell, or pretty much every cell, and it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification, and we are trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with. The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at, and we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416-0023, pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair, and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
Yes, so generally we follow that same process, with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes, so the entirety of the testing was performed at the state lab, and they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is basically just a list of all the variants at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in.
This is
and
about
the entirety of those
DNA
different
on his
variations
clothes.
are what
I'm gonna be so
makes a
annoyed.
DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified. And those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes, so when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take those 2 tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the 2 are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if 1 in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you
luck,
could again,
Terry.
sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this
Everyone
case?
wish Terry good luck for jury
so
duty.
my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of a vehicle.
And was there any further description or of that vehicle as far as the plate number? Make,
Yes, there was a
model?
plate number associated with it.
Okay, and do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive 2 buckle samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And
So
what was
taillights,
RO3
okay.
identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it, and inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
Stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yes, so like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR, short tandem repeat testing, is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the sort of at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
And what is an SDR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, STAR mix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yes, so when we're dealing with mixture profiles, so that would be DNA evidence profiles where more than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be able to try to separate that out as best we can. We use a computer program called STRMix or StarMix, and that uses various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
Now, item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. What did you conclude as to that profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could, please sort of walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes, so when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output, and essentially what that's doing is we input, based on the DNA profile that we observe, the number of contributors that we would expect to be there. So in this case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that to the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion.
Now, you mentioned a little bit about statistical calculations. How are those statistical calculations done?
Yes, so once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing two different explanations for the evidence profile that we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that in this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and two unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was three unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those two and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
And where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
So they're all based in the fact that we know how common the different alleles at each location are within the population. So we can do a lot of mathematics and figure out how rare or common different alleles might be.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis or comparative analysis between those two?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile.
And as far as the statistical analysis, what, if anything, did you find with reference to that?
Yes, so we did, like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio, and in the case of it being a mixture of John O'Keefe and two unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 nonillion times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and two unrelated individuals versus three unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced, as far as 740 nonillion times more likely, how many zeros are in a nonillion?
Nonillion is 30 zeros.
30
Now,
zeros.
This analysis supported a
I would think so.
That's
strong
my
support for
understanding.
inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes, so we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 million number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Yuri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not be visually excluded based on just comparing the profile to the StarMix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine that, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was three unknown unrelated individuals versus Yuri Buchanan and two unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support for exclusion.
And again, sir, if you could just
Similar
expound a little, when you say
testimony to
very
the other
strong
guy
support
last
for
week.
exclusion, what does that mean?
Again, we're just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was three unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and two unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the taillight sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab has labeled as EO1, that has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external submitting agency as far as that item?
So that was the shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same plate number.
Now, as far as that, and I understand that your lab didn't do it, but you're familiar with the process as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes. So during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair, and then we attempt to do our normal DNA processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great STR results. However, it is possible, so we usually attempt that first.
Now, are you familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what that is?
Yes, so that would be the hair follicle, and in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
You mentioned there any sort of piece of hair. There's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And can you, probably pretty well understood, but could you please explain to the jury the difference between the two?
Yes, so the root end would be the end that we would expect to find the root or the follicle, and then the shaft end would be just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is autosomal DNA testing?
Yes, so autosomal DNA testing. So autosomal DNA is the DNA that from mother and father that's combined in the child. So that would be opposed to DNA that's inherited directly from a single parent. So that would be something like Y chromosome DNA that would be inherited directly from the father. So all the sons of a father would have the same Y profile. Also, there's mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondria exist outside the nucleus of the cell, and that is inherited directly from the mother. So all of a mother's children would have the same mitochondrial profile.
Now, sir, from your analysis, what were your conclusions for the hair, EO1, in your autosomal or STR testing?
Yes, so we performed the extraction and then the quantification, and the quantification results were below the limit of detection. So we would not expect to get an STR profile from that hair.
And if you could expound just a bit as far as that term below the limit of detection, what exactly does that mean?
Yes, so during the quantification process, our instruments are calibrated as part of our internal validations to detect a certain amount of DNA. And once we get below that amount of DNA, it's determined, we call that undetermined. So that would be below the instrument's limit of detection. And based on those validations, we would not expect to get a profile from that.
And so what happened with the hair extraction sample in your lab at Bodie from there once you had completed the STR testing?
Yes. So like I said, it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results. So we often transfer those to the mitochondrial group that does the mitochondrial DNA testing.
And why is that transferred from you to another analyst within the lab?
I'm not personally signed off in mitochondria. We don't do quite enough testing to have everyone signed off in all the different technologies.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but like we don't know who this hair belongs to at this point,
Good
right?
morning.
It's what it seems like.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson.
Oh, it's Jackson.
Bradford, a quantification related to both Yuri Buchanan and a known sample from former trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over, I'm going to ask you about the sample related to Michael Proctor. I think I heard you say 1 in 76,000, correct?
Yes.
Describe that one more time for the jurors. When you quantify that profile as it compares to the population of the Earth, for instance, what does that mean? What's the significance of 1 in 76,000?
Yes. So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic. So it makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the Earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So, like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown, unrelated individuals.
And sometimes, Mr. Bradford, we get numbers that are just sort of mind-boggling. You said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Nonillion.
Nonillion?
Nonillion, yes.
Y'all
learned that
literally
last
in your
week.
job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Nonillion, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1 followed by 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76 followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much, much, much smaller number by factors of a nonillion, nearly, correct?
Correct.
So when you say that there is strong support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor in that DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no. What I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so
Right.
that it's 76,000 times more likely that it were 3 unknown or unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Understood. So you're not excluding him. You're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's not excluded as a contributor. Is that right?
I am saying that there is strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Yuri Buchanek and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. There's Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Short and sweet.
All right, you are awesome.
Okay, thanks.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to hit you with a pillow.
Merry Christmas. Says the CC. Oh, what are we doing? Are we going for a sidebar here? Yeah, probably. It looks like it. Neat.
Why? But why?
So that guy there was just basically trying to exclude, sorry, my back of my neck itches. Buchanek and Michael Proctor from being the DNA on the taillight, but apparently it's 3 unknown people. I just don't even think it matters. I don't think the DNA on the taillight matters at all at this point. Because it
Lady in Gray.
I just clarifying
Just clarifying
things.
things.
Stuff.
Thanks. That's all.
Things. All right. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad that guy wasn't on the stand all morning. Ugh. Oh, who was she looking at? I don't know. Hopefully she's rested up because she was cranky at the end of last week. She was not happy. Wonder who's going to be next. So that was a big nothing burger in my book. Okay. Glad we got that sorted out.
There was a good reason to have him up there, but I did find him interesting. I mean, more interesting, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Than some of the other people.
He's fine, I guess.
I just put together that every time there's a sidebar, she has to walk right by front row seat mom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you see her look at her as she ran by? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I had to make a new pot of coffee, and somehow I'm close to being all out of coffee. And so I had 3 bags left, but 2 are beans, which I was like, I don't even know where my grinder is.
I'm going to set you up a buy me a coffee.
And so then the other one I have is just a bag of espresso. So I just made a whole pot of espresso coffee. I don't think this is a good idea. So we'll see how it goes when I'm done with this cup of coffee here.
Okay.
I feel like it's not going to go good.
Okay. Do you have creamer for your espresso?
I do.
Okay.
I do. Don't worry if it doesn't taste good. I think it will if you got me Red Bulls.
I had an espresso
Yesterday.
machine and I gave it away to my father because I love him. And also
Oh.
because I didn't figure out how to use it in the 5 years that I had it. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah. He
There's
he
that.
loves coffee, but he came over once and was like, what's wrong with you? And then it took another 2 years and I finally just gave him the machine.
Ellie, your next witness, please.
Call Carl Miyasako to the stand.
Oh, I'm going to need to look up the spelling of that one. Carl Miyasako. Who is this
What
guy?
a fun last name.
Oh, Miyasako, not Miyasako. Miyasako. Okay.
2 separate names, Mia.
Is an
Sako?
expert.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Carl.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, why are you here? You're an expert. But at what?
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Really?
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
If you're a DNA
Carl
guy.
Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work,
Carl. Yes.
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodhi Technology,
sir? And where is Bodhi Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive there?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
Bodhi Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined Bodhi Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
What is the difference at Bodhi Lab between
working on
a
it.
technician
City
and an
dispatcher.
analyst?
Technician mainly does laboratory work, and an analyst is allowed to analyze data and write reports.
Now, could you please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician?
So I observed people perform all the tasks that I was training in, and then I'm supervised performing tasks by a qualified individual, and then I do competency tests where I'm performing things independently.
Now, is there a continuing educational component of Bodhi?
Yes.
And could you please describe for the jury what that entails?
So continuing education just allows analysts or technicians to keep up to date with current topics within the community and future advancements in technologies.
Now, could you please describe for the jury what type of lab Bodhi is?
Bodhi is a private accredited forensic laboratory.
And where do your cases come from?
Our cases come from different agencies throughout the country, so law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, other laboratories as well.
And is that purely on a statewide basis, national basis, or something else?
National basis.
And what is the difference at Bodhi Lab or Bodhi Technologies between a DNA Analyst 1 and a DNA Analyst 2?
The type of caseload and different cases being assigned to these individuals.
Now, what is your current role at Bodhi Labs?
My current role is a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst, and what do you do in that role?
So senior analyst provides expertise or leadership in at least one discipline within the company. Senior analysts report challenging cases, are independent of other analysts, and also train other analysts as well.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please.
And sir, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can put it as close to yourself as you feel comfortable with. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in general terms how that analysis is performed at your lab?
Yeah, so it starts with receipt of evidence, and then it goes through the laboratory through different procedures up until we develop that DNA profile, and it gets interpreted and analyzed.
Now, is the Bodie lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by a NSI National Accreditation Board.
Now, are there steps taken within your lab at Bodie to prevent against contamination?
Yeah, we have protocols to monitor contamination and to also prevent contamination.
Now, also at the lab, is there a review process, and can you sort of describe your role as it applies as a senior DNA analyst to that review process?
Yeah, so all cases go through a review process. So after, let's say, the reporting analyst completes a case, it goes into submission for a technical review. During that review process, the entire case file is looked over. So it's looked over to see if everything was done per protocol, if it's something that I or anyone else in the lab would have done, if any necessary processing steps were taken. Data is reviewed. If there was comparisons, that's something that a reviewing analyst would also do and see if they come to the same conclusions as the other analysts.
Now, just again, in general terms, can you explain to the jury just a little bit more in detail as far as the protocols that a technical review is concerned with, and sort of how a technical review is able to establish that the testing was done in comportment with that?
Yeah, so as me, if I were doing a technical review, I would look over the entire case file. Did what the processing steps happen? Were they per protocol? Is it also something that I would have done in this case? If data is ultimately generated, I also do that comparison. Based on that comparison, what did I come to the conclusion to? Was that the same as the other analysts? Did we agree? Were stats done? Were they done the same way I would have done it? Essentially, all conclusions would have to be in alignment between both analysts.
And so when you're doing a technical review, you're looking at or doing your own sort of comparisons, coming to your own conclusions, and running your own statistics. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing the comparisons myself and seeing if I also agree and come to the same conclusions.
Now, as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process at Bodie Technologies?
So an outside organization sends tests to our laboratory. Everyone participating in these proficiency testing completes their assignment. It gets submitted back to the organization, and they review the results to see if it matches up with the expected results on their end.
And how often do analysts at your lab undergo proficiency testing?
Twice a year.
Now, turning to you specifically, what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I do testing within short tandem repeats, STRs, YSTRs, mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, could you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls, and sort of what is the difference between the two of those?
So throughout processing, we introduce controls such as a positive and negative control. Positive control is just a known template that we introduce during processing. It measures the efficacy of the testing and to see if we develop the known profile that we are expecting, just to make sure that testing went as it should have. Negative control, on the other hand, monitors for any type of contamination and cleanliness of reagents. And there's no DNA template introduced in this, so we don't expect data. So once that aligns with it, then we know that reagents used were good.
Now, sir, are you familiar with some mitochondrial DNA testing that was performed at Bodie on lab case number CCA 2416-0023 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And the lab received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And did you also, or do you also receive a corresponding agency case number from that or any submitting agency?
Yes.
And in this case was the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184.
Yes.
And what type of work did Bodie Labs do on CCA 2416-0023 with respect to mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we received 2 evidence items, a hair sample and a reference sample, and we were asked to type these for mitochondrial DNA.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process in general terms used to analyze that type of evidence?
So it's a similar process that you may have heard already for nuclear DNA or STRs. So after DNA extraction, that's where we isolate and release DNA from the sample. It goes through amplification processing. This is where we employ the polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique. So we create numerous copies of targeted section within the DNA. This is just so we have enough DNA to generate a DNA profile. Following that, we do what's called quantification. So we determine a generated estimate of how much DNA is present within the sample. Following that, we do what's called sequencing. So we used a technique called Sanger sequencing. So bases within the sample, the order bases are determined, and bases are generally are essentially building blocks of the DNA. So everyone has 4 bases in their DNA, and we refer to these bases to the letters A, G, T, and C. After sequencing, we go through what's called capillary electrophoresis, and so these bases are sequenced individually, and the data is interpreted.
Now, was there a known standard done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from Mr. John O'Keefe?
What was that? Sorry.
Sure. Did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from a Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And again, with reference to mitochondrial DNA testing, what items did the Bodie lab test for?
A hair shaft sample and the known DNA standard.
Now, can you please describe to the jury, again in general terms, the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
So we generate data from typically the evidence sample first, and then just to see that we get comparable data, and then we process the known reference standard. Then we look at the 2 DNA profiles of these different samples, and we compare them. Based on the data, are we seeing that we can or cannot exclude the reference donor as being a source of the evidence sample?
What is autosomal DNA?
Autosomal DNA is like nuclear DNA. It's something that you maybe more, when thought of forensics, traditional STR shorthanded repeats. And
what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is a different type of DNA from nuclear DNA. So nuclear DNA, you get half of your DNA from your parents, so mom and dad, whereas mitochondrial DNA, it gets entirely inherited from mother to child.
What is the difference between the 2 as far as where it's located in reference to the nucleus of the cell?
So with STRs, there's basically 2 copies per cell, whereas with mitochondrial DNA, there's several copies per cell. So there's more abundance in mitochondrial DNA.
Now, how does that apply to an extract from a hair sample?
So for hair samples, we typically categorize these with like hairs with roots and rootless hair samples. So with hair samples, typically on the shaft end, there's more abundance of the mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA, where nuclear DNA tends to be degraded or not present in high enough amounts.
What does PCR stand for?
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction.
And can you please describe the PCR method to the jury?
Yeah, so that's the process where we create specific targeted sections of the DNA over and over. So we're replicating DNA using the source material as a template. This is because we want enough copies of that DNA to generate the end result of a DNA profile. So it'd be similar to, say, like a copy machine. You start with a single piece of paper and you make many, many copies from that piece of paper.
Now, sir, you alluded to it, I believe, earlier in your testimony, but just specifically as to this topic, what is DNA sequencing?
DNA sequencing is where we determine the order of bases within that sample.
And how is DNA sequencing used specifically in mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we use that to generate the sequence specific to that sample so that when we get the end result data, we compare it to a known standard or a common reference standard, and any differences from that common standard gets reported as that individual's mitochondrial profile.
Now, how is the testing different between autosomal versus mitochondrial DNA testing?
A lot of it does have some similarities, but the difference comes with STRs being more of a length fragment testing, and mitochondrial DNA is more of a base nucleotide DNA testing.
Now, as far as the running of the DNA, how is that sort of physically done, or what kind of tools are you using specific to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so we use different instrumentation, such as like a thermocycler to do the PCR step. And then we also use what's called like a genetic analyzer at the end step of capillary electrophoresis.
Is there a certain type of gel that's used as far as visualization of that profile?
Yeah, so during the quantification step, we use what's called a yield gel, and we get a visual presentation of how much DNA is present within that sample.
When you say a visual presentation, visual, like what type of instruments are you using to get that visualization?
So we use a gel and a UV light and a camera to capture essentially what we refer to as a band.
And what does that band look like?
It's generally if there is presence of mitochondrial DNA within that sample, it emits a bright band on this gel. If there isn't anything, then we don't observe that band.
And what kind of instrumentation does your lab utilize in mitochondrial DNA testing?
We use a thermocycler or 3130 genetic analyzer as well.
Could you spell that, please?
The thermocycler, or THERMALCYCLER.
And then what were the digits after it?
I love it when we do spelling bees.
And then the genetic analyzer is a 3130 3130.
And if you could you please describe what those instruments do or what they're used for specifically within the process of the mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so instruments is common within laboratories for automation purposes, so that thermocycler helps with the PCR stages, and then the genetic analyzer helps with the separation of the individual bases and then generating that end result data where the analyst will interpret the data.
Now, what is a D loop?
The D loop is the control region.
And how does that D loop factor into this type of analysis?
So with mitochondrial DNA analysis, we analyze certain regions within the D loop or the control region, and we refer to these as hypervariable regions, so HV1 and HV2.
And what does the D loop have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
So this region is a non-coding region within the mitochondria, so it can allow for mutations because it wouldn't affect the mitochondria functions. Because of this highly variable difference within this region, it's useful for determining different maternal populations.
Now, did the Bodie lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And is that mitochondrial DNA testing the same for the known standard of John O'Keefe as it is, as you've been describing, with reference to the evidence sample?
Yes.
And what is then done generally in the comparison of those two profiles?
So once we develop the profiles from these two separate sources, a comparison is done to each other, and we look at it to see if the profiles consistent, essentially matching with each other, and seeing if an exclusion or inclusion can be made.
And did you then perform your own comparative analysis of those two mitochondrial DNA profiles from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
And what is your opinion or conclusions that you arrived at from that comparative analysis?
Sustained.
Hold
on. Ask it differently, Mr. Moore.
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those two standards?
That John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, can you expound a little as far as your conclusion is concerned? What does that mean?
Yeah, if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
So whenever we have a conclusion of a probable inclusion, like in this case where I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a source of the hair sample, we do a statistical analysis to give weight to that.
Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, guys. I don't know why they cut the feed. Oh, no, memento. Even Court TV was like, oh, we're bored. Yeah, thank you. Oh, there we go.
Probable inclusion.
It was like, please
so in
stop
this case,
singing Llama. We'll bring it back.
Using a database and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of that hair sample.
Let me ask you just in general terms, that database you're using is referred to as MPOP, E-M-P-O-P, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is an MPOP?
Not to be confused with
So
K-pop.
it's a searchable database where we search mitoprofiles in the database and essentially to see how common or rare that profile will be seen in the population. With MPOP in our laboratory, we searched three main population groups within the United States: African American, Caucasian, Hispanic. And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
And so what conclusions did you come to with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample in that MPOP database?
With 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, you made reference in your testimony a moment before about a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we obtain statistical data, we use a confidence interval or upper limit frequency. This is just like a range where the true value of said profile is, but we generally want to report like a conservative end to avoid any false inclusions. So it's at least 99.895% that the majority of the population can be excluded, but it could be higher, but at the lower end, it would be at least 99.895%.
And what confidence interval in your conclusion does this consistency between the hair sample profile from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle have to Mr. O'Keefe's mitochondrial DNA profile?
So it's the 99 with 95% confidence, 99.985% of the population. So the majority of the population could be excluded. However, with John O'Keefe and his maternal relatives, they could not.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Miyasaka.
Good morning.
Couple of quick questions. Mitochondrial DNA, as you've explained, is different than autosomal DNA in pretty significant ways, correct?
Correct.
What we think of as traditional nuclear DNA, that's autosomal DNA. That's the DNA that we derive from mom and dad, comes down to the child, correct?
Correct.
Mitochondrial DNA, by contrast, is simply the maternal line, excluding the dads, correct?
Correct.
So my mitochondrial DNA has nothing to do with my father, everything to do with my mother. Is that right?
Yeah, mitochondrial DNA gets inherited from the mom to child.
Okay, so a male like John O'Keefe, for instance, the known sample that you were working with, shares the exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother, correct?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, and that's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task. It's also the exact same mitochondrial DNA for his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And let's move the lineage off the tree trunk, and move it onto branches. For instance, if his mother had 2 children, John and a sister, his sister would also have the exact same mitochondrial DNA, correct?
Correct.
And now, staying on that branch of the tree, going out to a leaf, if his sister had children, those children would have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
Correct.
So another way of saying that, his maternal niece, his maternal nephew, would have the identical mitochondrial DNA as John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you indicated that John O'Keefe is included in the population of those who match that profile, that does not mean that you're determining that the hair that you analyzed came from John O'Keefe, does it?
No, with mitochondrial DNA analysis, it's not unique to individual. Compared to traditional STRs or short-chain repeat, that could be unique to individual, but with mitochondrial DNA, it's not unique to individual, but more so a maternal lineage.
All right, so Mr. Miyasako, very importantly, you're not sitting here saying that hair belonged to John O'Keefe.
I'm saying that the hair sample on John O'Keefe cannot be excluded, as well as his maternal relatives.
So we're speaking in negatives. I want to speak in a positive. You are not saying that John O'Keefe, that hair belonged to John O'Keefe, are you? Yes or no?
Sustained.
Are you suggesting to these jurors that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Are you telling the jurors, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
I'll see you at sidebar.
Sure.
For Pete's sake, Bev,
These are good questions.
I don't understand why he's not allowed to ask these questions.
I don't understand why why are these being sustained? This is stupid.
I mean, that would be like just his
So
expert
overstepped.
opinion, man. Okay, so that's interesting. I mean, I'm glad we sat through 20 minutes of that to finally get to the point. So it turns out, the DNA they have is mitochondrial, and that could be anybody. John, his brothers, his dad, his mom, his niece, his nephew. Literally could belong to
A whole
anyone in
plethora-
his family. So
Plethora of people.
that's
And they
great.
should be able to establish that, Bev.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're not allowed to ask those questions. I'm sure maybe there's a reason, or maybe there's not. Maybe there's not. But
Maybe there is. I'm just
nothing about ferret DNA yet today, in case anybody was late to the show. There's no talk about ferrets, which is very disappointing. Very disappointing.
I think I'm sick of hearing the word sustained, frankly.
Great.
Let's check out some other vocabulary, like overruled, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's a fun one. I don't think she says overruled. She just says, "Can you answer that question?"
Going back to my question.
I know.
You're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe, correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is based on the genetic data obtained from the hair sample and the genetic data obtained from the known reference sample of John O'Keefe, I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a possible source of the hair sample. In addition, all maternally related individuals could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Another way of saying that, Mr. Miyasako, is to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no?
No, with mitochondrial DNA, you can't say that it is per se an individual person, so it's more so the maternal line.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his maternal nephew, or anybody in his maternal line, correct?
Correct. If they also had access to that stuff, then yeah.
For instance, access to that stuff, meaning if his maternal nephew lived in the home with him, where the SUV was stored, it's just as reasonable if the hair came from him, correct?
Sustained.
Your analysis does not tell us when the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
Your analysis does not tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Not on the analysis that we performed.
Okay. So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody else.
Sustained.
You're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found and recovered, correct?
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us and the comparisons done between the two different evidence.
And in short, you can't say that the hair specifically came from John O'Keefe either, can you?
With mitochondrial DNA, I can't say that it is specific to an individual.
Okay, including John O'Keefe.
In this instance, John O'Keefe's profile was consistent with the hair sample.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Miyasako. We can go round and round. I realize that you're saying it's consistent, but it's also consistent with his nephew, right?
Correct. I can't exclude maternal relatives because mitochondrial DNA is not specific to individual, but just the maternal line.
Right. So you're not saying it was John O'Keefe's hair?
I can't say whether it is, but the profile obtained from John O'Keefe is consistent with that hair sample.
You're not
But
saying it's John O'Keefe.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Let's move on.
Oh my God.
The reason you can't say that it's John O'Keefe's hair is because it also matches everybody in his maternal line. That's what we're getting down to, correct?
yeah, with mitochondrial DNA, again, it's not unique to an individual, but their maternal lineage.
And if the maternal nephew lived in the same residence and had access to the same SUV, couldn't exclude him either, right?
Sustained.
So in short, Mr. Miyasako, you cannot tell this jury when the hair got to where it was, correct?
Sustained.
You can't tell this jury how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you certainly cannot tell the jury that the hair belonged to John, right?
Sustained.
I think we've got it. Thanks, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally, anything?
I agree, city dispatcher. I agree.
So, Mr. Miyasako,
Funny.
including the MPOP, the statistics, and the confidence interval, what is your conclusion in reference to the comparative analysis from mitochondrial profiles from the hair sample from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle and the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Based on the genetic data obtained for the two different samples, I could not exclude John O'Keefe's known standards profile being consistent with the hair samples profile, and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as a source of the evidence.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
One final question. Do you also maintain that 95% confidence in the privileged nephew?
Yeah, so again, with
Thank you.
maternal
You can
populations,
finish your answer. Go.
with maternal populations, I can't exclude anybody maternally related to John O'Keefe as well.
Thank you very much, sir. You are all set.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks. Okay, well, we learned some things. We learned about mitochondrial DNA. So let me get this right here while we're waiting for the next person.
Como's next witness is Shannon Burgess.
Oh, hey, that's one of the arbiter people. Right?
Oh.
I think so. I think this is Burgess, the one who changed the report. I think. Oh, I hope so. I might find my witness list. Oh, no, don't need to zoom in like that long. Get it together. Burgess. Oh, yeah, Shannon Burgess. Shannon with one N.
Yeah, she.
It's either going to be very interesting or very. Oh. Okay.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Not a woman. I do think this is. I forgot Shannon. Shannon used to be a very
Right, Mr. Brennan, whenever
gender
you're ready.
neutral.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Shannon Burgess. Last name Burgess.
Look at that accent.
Mr. Burgess, what do you do for a profession?
Sure. So I'm a digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to see what evidence they may record or hold.
Do you
Devices?
specialize in any type of forensic analysis?
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad field, but I do specialize in vehicle forensics and cell phone forensics.
He is not from Boston.
How long have you been a digital forensic analyst for?
Sure. So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
He's
Before you were a
Southern, but-
digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So before I was a digital forensics analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic. Did you receive any certifications in digital forensics?
I did. I've received several certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. Another from Celebrite, a company named Celebrite, in Certified Mobile
Celebrite?
Examiner. And then
Celebrite?
certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
Is Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes, Magnet is a
Same
company that
company.
produces the software known as Axiom.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of specialized training approximately have you had in digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
In addition to your training and your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics found from a motor vehicle?
Yes, I have.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Not off the top of my head, I couldn't, but it's been numerous.
You said that you specialize in mobile phones and digital forensics in motor vehicles.
That is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some
He's
of
gonna
the
be out all
audiences that
day.
you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
And could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Just who testifies
Where
before
are you
you,
presently
maybe?
employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in their Dallas office.
I didn't put that in
Is
because I wasn't
Aperture
sure.
a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer
Kelly.
a number of service lines specifically related to
Kelly here?
forensics.
Happy birthday, Kelly
Do you
P.
ever work on
Hey, girl, hey.
different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do. Sure. Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings or papers regarding the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts, because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So that first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet, so if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So proof of concept is taking a vehicle module, for example. This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules. A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times in cases or studies where you need to recover data because it's not available to you through the traditional methods?
Yes, many times.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article about?
Sure. So that second peer-reviewed article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile phones?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
So last year.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes. So I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to looking at the data, you receive photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes, so there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process, whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from a individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Do you know generally when Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive additional materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Is a crash report just a written report or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before you do that.
Sure, sorry. So I did, again, I reviewed a vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review. A prior testimony of Trooper Garino. And I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffen.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Okay. Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffen's reports?
Mr. Whiffen's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
Okay. I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things: user data in a raw hexadecimal format or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition-on events or power-on events, as well as other data.
Did you have any information or understanding that there were text stream events that you were to focus on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were text stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many text stream events were you focused on?
2 text stream events.
Could you just generally characterize those 2 events?
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
Mm-hmm. Now, the studies of those events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that text stream
Thanks,
data,
Annie.
Those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power-on event occurred.
Did you put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
This espresso is strong flavored. It's an experience.
Yeah, I don't do espresso. Espresso. How do you say
Get
it?
into a package, do you
Espresso?
recognize that?
Espresso.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Just turn a few pages so
Sure.
you can look and see if that accurately reflects the presentation you put together.
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For the course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this with the course permission as a chalk
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
And so I get a PowerPoint. Okay.
Identification.
Espresso, not espresso.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many. Depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very specific functions to what they're what they're meant to do.
Tell
This
us
guy
a little
looks
bit
like he
about
could
why
belong
there's
to the
a
Bare
need,
Naked
why
Ladies
many
or
computers are
Smash
used in a
Mouth.
single vehicle.
Sure. So
I
there's
bet
so
he's a
many
fan of
functions
both.
within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of
What's
built-in
up, good morning?
navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at, if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
The mighty, mighty Boston's.
objection, Mr. Lasky?
Know it.
Sir, on your PowerPoint page 3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a
Okay.
pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
If you could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that just shows, a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer, or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box, or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And
Okay.
then as far as the radio system, you shared with us, that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
In the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023. Would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would take an exemplar vehicle, and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information or power on information regarding 2 events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as text stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a text stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides text stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there's a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a text stream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a text stream event happens, when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock. Can you explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means?
Sure. So in what's recorded within the text stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts, and when there is a text stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption, the chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney
The
Elisa.
chop.
Thank you.
I don't know if I've ever heard that term used before.
So you
but
were
okay.
getting back to the clock. You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there's any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any time-stamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
And Trooper Paul did a really bad
the
job.
differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
Okay.
Could you explain to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car, or is this a general photograph of a car and how it works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again,
These
these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please. When you looked at the data that was provided in this case, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
What type of data do you think was missed, or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that, what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if, I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like, Mr. Alisi.
Sure.
So Leslie, for Pete's sake.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what, how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data-bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, as a forensic analyst, do you rest on your initial impressions or do you go through a continued process?
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I'll clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. and there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilman?
Any objection, Mr. Wilson?
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
You did. I got chips. I just have Blaze Original.
We can turn to page 15.
That's a fancy, like you all do.
Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman?
That's crazy looking. I don't understand how any of that
That's the
stuff
best
works.
we can do. That's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as two components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes, so there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please.
Crazy to think this is like all in your
Can you
cards.
tell us what you see here?
It's interesting.
Sure. So what you see here is two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do. Yes.
I can't wait for a lessee.
The left photograph point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up, and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components, and that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis whether or not you think
babe. They did
data
destroy
is
her
missing?
car, basically. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Could we have page 6, please?
Yep. Because I imagine you can't put it back together. I guess maybe, but I don't think so.
Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's two ways to look at data, and one way is of looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances, though, where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip-off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer? Sure. I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view. But what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah, so anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down now, Ms. Gilman. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to crack into the SD card?
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as, the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it, means. So as well as, being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets, and we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a 15, 20-minute break.
15, 20-minute break means 40 minutes.
Okay, thank you. All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Oh.
You are muted.
Okay.
You
So
are
there's that.
muted. So that means we get to juggle for, 45 minutes. Just kidding.
Yeah, why not?
Not joking.
We're great at it. We can do it. Okay, so she's never getting her car back. That's not happening.
No. The picture I think they showed was like the entire front of it was like completely removed. Like there's no there. Yeah. I mean, the computer is basically the entire car now. So
That's
once your
true.
computer is gone in your car, it's pretty much gone.
Pointless. That's wild. Oh, that's an expensive car. That's what, at least 50 grand probably for a Lexus.
I mean, I
At
wouldn't
least.
know. That's not my tax bracket, but
No, mine either. Mine either. Oh, well, what is she gonna do if they return it, babe? What do you do with it? Like, oh, okay, great, thanks.
I mean, yeah, what are you gonna do? It's like, what are you gonna do with it? It's got no, like the entire panel in the front, the entire infotainment system is removed from that car. If you saw the pictures of the inside, it's gone.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So he was saying that like there was data that was like missing. Is that because like he brought up one lady's name? I forget what her name was. Gafferty?
Yeah.
Melissa Gafferty, Michelle Gafferty, something like that. Oh, Maggie Gaffney, I think was her name. Ooh, that's interesting. If that is her name, she is on the defense witness list. But not the prosecution's. But I'm pretty sure that's the name you said. Was Maggie Gaffney.
He probably did. But, he's trying to undercut everything the defense does. I am interested to see how this cross goes. I'd like to get into the meat and potatoes of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too. This is boring.
I know we're laying
it's
foundation, but foundation is boring.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do find it interesting how much a car can collect information-wise. Like, that's kind of a new thing that we're seeing in trials. They used it a lot for Murdaugh and some other cases. And so I am excited to like hear the experts talk about it. But like, if we could just get to it, that would be great. Because all this chip stuff he's talking about, I don't understand none of that.
Yeah. I was just like, great, now I'm hungry. Great. Chips. Sounds good.
Great.
I just, chips.
I got chips. I got gummy bears. I am restocked and ready to go. And yes, Alessi is going to be doing cross. Now, if you guys missed Friday, okay, this is the witness that the prosecution said, oh, hey, so like this guy who's had all this stuff for a while, apparently needed to change some times in his report, made it he amended the report based on Ian Whiffen's testimony, who was like, I don't know, what, like the third witness or something like that, which he was not supposed to do. No, not supposed to do that. And so Brennan was like, yeah, we got this. It's fine. Nothing's changing. And defense is like, whoa. Alessi specifically was like, whoa, I have been preparing this cross and now I got to change everything about it. And Bev was basically like, I'll give you a long leash. Like, he's coming in with his new report or whatever. You can ask him basically whatever the hell you want. And you can ask him why he broke the sequestration order and all that jazz. Or if he did,
because it's kind of a speculation at this point. Because why would you do that? Brandon said he didn't ask him to do that. He just did it. So.
Yeah, even didn't Brennan even say, oh, we were surprised as well.
He
didn't
did.
say that. But like, oh, okay.
He was shocked. I had no idea.
Right? Why didn't you let Alessi like voir dire him and be like, hey, can we see all of your communications with this witness? Because, you know, Brennan freaked out about Arca.
Right.
Being like,
and didn't even question Arca on any of their findings or any of their report stuff, just on what they knew from like about the payments and their communications. He did not voir dire on anything relevant to their reporting. So that, you know, I don't know. This must mean they must get into the end of their testimony or like their case.
Yeah, because I believe Brennan said Friday, it would be after the holiday that these guys would come in.
Yeah, he
if
must
I remember
be
right.
to the end, because I mean, I would think the reconstructionist comes after this. I mean, it just makes sense to me, but you know, that might be giving him way too much credit there.
No, he told the judge, Brennan told the judge, because it's him and I want to say, Judson Welcher. I think it's Dr. Judson Welcher. That those are the two people from Arbiter, but Burgess would have to testify first, so Welcher could then testify. They couldn't testify out of order because Brennan had like been like, "Well, I thought about that, but can't do that." So they are like dependent on one another, apparently. If you're going to commit a crime, use a very old car. That's true. So funny story. Speaking of new cars, I have never driven in like a newer smart car with all the bells and whistles. I've never driven one. I think I've maybe been in a car twice that has all that. And Elbow Feet's dad gave us a car. It's an older one. It's not a smart one, right? But we're at the BMV and I'm waiting inside. There's so many people there. I kind of freak out a little bit. And I'm like, hey, can I go sit in the car while you guys, because it was like a 2-hour and 40-minute wait at the BMV.
Why I'm putting it off.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Right. So I was like, he's like, yeah, sure. Go sit in the car. It's his dad's car. I've never been in this car. And it's one of those like where apparently you just like press a button and it starts. And it was like really warm out and it was starting to get hot in the car. And I was like, oh my God, I don't even know how to roll the windows down. This thing, I don't even know what to touch or what to do. It was very
Does your car still have an actual key?
Yeah.
That's so cute.
And a CD player. Like our cars do not have, put it this way, the cars we have came out right after I graduated high school. So
I feel like if somebody handed me a key, I'd be like, I don't even know what to do with this anymore. Like, what? Because like,
oh my gosh, look who we have with us. Go ahead. You finish what you're doing. I'll bring
the
it on.
keyless ones do have a key inside. Like if you pull it apart, there's a key inside the keyless fob in case you need a backup if something fails. And I'm like looking at it going, I don't even know where would you put this? Like, I don't even know where you would actually.
You don't have to worry about me stealing any new cars. I don't even know how they work. I'm like, I don't know. But anyway, look who we have with us, which I'm happy she's here, but I'm a little like, oh, because if she's here, that's probably not great. But it's Terry True Crime is here. Hey, Terry.
Hey, Terry.
I haven't been not chosen. They decided to take a 3-hour break. The judge is hearing people who need an exemption or to be able to get off, and he's hearing them individually. So he told us to leave and come back at 1.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. They let you leave instead of making you sit there.
So I was like, couldn't you have done this and just let me sleep in an extra hour?
Right.
Welcome to jury duty.
So he told us to enjoy lunch. We didn't learn. They will need our services all week.
Okay.
It's a hurry up and wait event.
Even if you're not picked?
No, but I don't know if I'm picked or not.
Oh, but if you...
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If you are picked, it would be like a week trial. Okay. That's reasonable.
I guess at 1
That's doable.
o'clock, the attorneys get to ask us questions to disqualify.
Oh, voir dire. Okay.
So
Exciting.
I was like,
Because it
I'll
could
just
be
pop on and
anything.
say hi.
I love that. Well, I'm so happy to have you. I'm glad that you're here on a break and not because you weren't chosen.
I know. I will say, so far, it has been exactly what I thought it would be.
Oh, really? Okay.
And there is cameras in the courtroom, so I'm wondering if it's being live streamed.
Mm-hmm. I have to look
I
into
don't
that.
think I can look, but maybe you can. But I did see cameras, and we signed a thing that that we did sign a thing that we potentially could be accidentally seen on camera.
Yeah.
But so I don't know.
Well, I'll put the lovely Amos on.
Yeah, I can't do anything.
I'll
What have I
have,
missed today?
the lovely Amos
Anything
look into it.
spicy?
DNA guy.
2 DNA guys.
Yeah, 2 DNA guys. A lot of mitochondria talk. That the hair could possibly belong to anybody who's related to John O'Keefe through the mother line.
Right. Yeah. So him, his niece and nephew, his mom, not his brother or his brother's
one
kid.
hair that was out on the car that made it through the snow, the drive. That one hair? Okay.
That one hair.
Yes. But it's not definitively John's. Because it didn't have, I forget what the usual DNA.
The shaft.
Yeah.
The shaft. That's where all like the shaft.
The root that it just had the hair part. It didn't have the bottom.
It didn't have that little bulbous root thing. Yeah.
So
hi Lisa.
But was there any spiciness? Did Alessi or Jackson get spicy?
No, Jackson all morning. He did really well. Usually I pay very close attention when Jackson is doing the prompts because it kind of, depending on what attorney is asking questions, who is like super important.
Hi, Sankoda.
Not that, these attorneys are bad. It's just that when Jackson really wants to make a point, it's usually him. I don't know if y'all noticed that. And he really makes a point to, when he's asking questions, he's not asking them of the witness. He's making a point to the jury. He asked questions that I was like, okay, he said that. He knew it was going to get sustained. He wanted the jury to make the connection. So he asked a question he knew wasn't going to be able to get answered because he wanted the jury to understand what he was asking.
But he wanted to plant that little piece. Why are y'all on break now?
The defense is so good at that.
Because it's
morning court break. Yeah, their morning court break.
Oh, okay.
Just because their 15 to 20 minute break, which means 40 minutes. Though they literally started right on time today.
We're on Bev time.
So
Okay.
that's impressive. So who we have on the stand now is the guy Shannon Burgess from Aperture. He's doing like the car
Aperture.
data stuff. Burgess is the one who had to change his report
Because of what
after
Whiffen said,
Whiffen
right?
said. Yes, yes. So he's on the stand now. By the way, Terry, he is from Texas, and he has a very strong Texas accent. He also looks like he was probably into ska in the 90s, early aughts.
What's the ska?
But it's a type of music, Terry. It's fine. You're fine.
Okay, I'm like, what's ska?
I'll explain to you.
What is ska? Please tell me what kind of music. Maybe I just call it something different.
They have like a lot of horns, and I don't know how to describe it to you. It's not everyone's cup of tea. I enjoy it, but not anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So he has been like
now. Aperture, he's only testifying today on his original report, and then he'll come back later to testify on that new stuff, right?
We don't know. It's a good question. Don't know.
Okay.
And that was what Bev had kind of hinted at, but I don't know.
I
that's what I thought she said.
Understand the sequence of the testify, how it was going to work either, because
the defense said they needed more time to review it because they just got it, and she, wouldn't do their voir dire. So she said, okay, so he'll come and testify up to this date, and then he'll come back with that other. Okay.
Yeah, he may come back as a rebuttal. Depending
so
what
is he testifying to anything good so far?
No, they're just laying foundation, telling you how chips in cars work. We haven't gotten into his actual findings yet. Basically, they like destroyed her car, pulling these chips out.
What do you mean?
And
they pulled the chips out of the car?
Yeah.
That means that car doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Do they pay for that?
No. It's part of your investigation. They don't pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
But the entire front panel, if you saw the pictures of the inside of the vehicle when they show it, it's gone. There's no panel in the front. Anyway, she wasn't going to do.
She drove a Lexus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's not an inexpensive vehicle. What if she's still making payments on it?
She probably is.
She is. Mm-hmm.
But she's also paid, big picture. Okay, big picture. I get it. Lexus cost a lot of money.
I mean, I get it.
$6 million in defense. Okay.
I say she's
$50,000 on a car.
That's just a drop in the bucket at this point.
Small potatoes. And I am just going to be happy that I'm not in jail for the rest of my life if I'm found not guilty. And if I'm found guilty, I'm not going to need that car.
But it's another thing that this case should not have ever gone to trial. That's just, let's just pile it on. And Buffy, once again, your hair is looking on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. You got some like Farrah Fawcett stuff going on.
I did try to do something with it this morning, but it's so humid it won't stay.
I tried to dress down to not be too bougie looking or too made up for jury duty. I wanted to fit
I had my
in.
bed hair, so I didn't do nothing. And so Alessi, though, is going to be doing the cross of this guy, and he cannot wait for it. Yes. And Bev told him that he can ask pretty much whatever he wants. She's giving him a long leash in regards. That's what she said on Friday. So, and then
she said it then.
It's true. That's true. So
I'll say it's Bev, but she makes her rules up as she goes along.
Yeah, that's true. Because of course she said the same thing to Brennan. No motions
or anything
today,
this morning. No. Okay.
No, it was. They started. There was not even counsel. Let me see you for sidebar. None of that this morning. It was just straight. Like we even missed the hear ye's. Excuse me.
I will say I did not get a hear ye this morning. All we got was honorable judge, yada, 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 please rise.
Oh, okay.
No hear ye.
Yada, yada, yada.
Well, I'm not sure if
Judge
I'm allowed
yada,
to say
yada,
his
yada.
name. So Judge yada,
Oh,
yada,
don't
yada.
don't give any
Yeah.
any details.
And they
at all.
made all of the men take off their hats.
Yeah, we're not
Well,
allowed to wear hats in our courtroom either. But Texas might make allowances for cowboy hats.
They did not.
But here, like,
They
no,
all
no
came
court.
off.
And you can't wear tank tops or cut off jeans.
Can't wear
How many
shorts.
people do you think showed up for
So they told us
jury duty?
they called 94, 91 showed
Oh.
up.
Wow, that's really good. It's a good size. Good size pool there. Interesting.
I will say it is a very diverse group because I live on the city side, but the rest of our county is very rural, farms and stuff like that. So I will say it's a very diverse group.
Nice. Nice.
But the lady who got arrested, that was interesting. They called her
I did
name
not
as we're
share
all
that
just
story.
sitting there. And they did say if you have a warrant, do not report to jury duty.
Oh, wow.
So PSA.
Okay. Like it said that on your jury summons?
No, but they read it to us after she got removed.
Oh, well, that's too late. Okay.
I was like, okay.
Well, yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That somebody's having a bad day.
Tried to do their civic duty and got arrested.
The tears.
Yeah.
Oh, the tears.
She must not have known she had a warrant.
I don't think she did because she looked shocked.
Yeah, she must not have.
I was like, just please do not call my name. Please do not call my name. I did not think to check that.
I mean,
So it was
for
just
all sorts of things, you know.
Typical Monday, and then you got arrested for showing up to court because you were summoned.
Yeah, they did let us know that they just got a raise this year from $7 to $20 for the first day.
Oh, wow.
That's a big raise. And then you get $58 for the whole week. And then they ask you if you want to donate it. And it has a list of organizations that you can donate what you're making.
No, I'm going to donate it myself because I don't really trust you to do it on my behalf.
I got like $70-something when I got summoned, and I just sat there for a whole week. I didn't even get called for voir dire. So that's interesting. You know, like that's the problem with jury duty, right? Is like people have to leave their jobs to do it and mess up their whole lives, and you get like paid literally next to nothing.
But most companies
Which I think
still
is
pay you, right? I mean, every company I've ever worked for, we paid people for doing it.
Not companies don't have to, many don't, or people that have, let's say, work in the restaurant industries, or you know,
I got
jobs
paid
like that.
Probably would
hourly.
get excused,
If I didn't work, I didn't get paid. So you work hourly and you don't clock in, you don't get paid.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I think it's a ripoff. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, it is your civic duty to do so, but you know, we don't live in a world where like we can just, people can just call off, you know. So
I worked during my jury duty. I worked nights and was
in
in jury duty during the day.
That's what even at previous companies, we just told people, hey, just check your email on breaks. Check your email in the evening, catch up on stuff on the weekend. But I've never worked for a company. I mean, maybe back when I was younger and I just didn't know anything about it. But once I got into HR, we've always done it.
I was running my own business when I got called.
He told us thank you for doing our duty. I mean, he's kind of
judges are very nice. Oh, nice.
Very cute too.
Judges are usually very kind to jurors. Like they treat you very, very well.
Which table, if you're looking at the judge from the seats, which side is prosecution and which side is defense?
It can vary.
It's different. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because in
Yeah.
mine, the table closest to me was prosecution, furthest from me was defense. So I mean, I can.
Yeah, I've seen some where prosecution's on the left, defense is on the right. Just like Daryl Brooks was that way, but Lori Vallow was the opposite. She was on the left and prosecution was on the right. I don't think it matters. It just depends on.
One side has
like this
4
one,
attorneys.
The prosecution's
one side
in the
has
front.
2.
Oh, 4 is probably prosecution then. Oh, well. Or what do you call them?
Karen Reed's got like 5 attorneys.
Yeah,
and there's only 2 prosecutors and a paralegal.
Oh, well, it sounds like we're back, you guys.
Was it a legit 20 minutes? No way.
Maybe. What is Bev's on it this Monday? Thank you, Bev.
Maybe. We haven't come back yet. Well,
We here in New York lost the time.
Stand for 31 minutes.
I love it. Donating to the Margarita Fund. There you go. That's where I would donate my money. Oh.
And there is no fan in the courtroom.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
Boo.
No fan.
Is it cool in there though? Like
It's
temperature
very
wise?
cold. I'm glad I took a jacket.
Oh, okay. Hubby just finished the latest episode of Couch
Whenever
Book
you're
Film
ready,
After
Mr.
Dark
Minute.
and gives it 5 stars. Oh, thanks. A shameless plug for everyone to go watch and listen. Tell me so thank you for listening.
Oh, this.
Mr. Burgess, when we left off, we were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies. If we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you tell us what this is, Mr. Burgess?
No, let me find that banner.
Yes, so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on. So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX570.
Oh, there we go.
And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card.
Oh, yeah, there's something in there.
Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these
Thank you, Shanka.
cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please.
I am enjoying all the accents of all the people. I love them all.
Tell us what this shows. And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could. We'd like to see all 3 rows if possible. And if not, we'll do it from a further view. Okay. Could you share with us what this slide represents, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess?
So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the software versions that are running on the exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an exemplar vehicle will match the focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so, I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data, specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find time-stamped data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are, specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact lists from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there's actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle has been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button.
Why is this so
there's a 3-second
laggy?
delay in when the infotainment
In a
system.
moment, so guys. Just going to pause it real quick, bring it down, just refresh and bring it back up because it's laggy for me. So I'm assuming it's laggy for all of you. So let's just do this and let's bring them up again and let's see if this helps. Okay, thank you.
Power's on.
There we go. Okay.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those 2 photos? Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called VBox equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later two events, the tech stream events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you
I
tell
have
us
this
what this
as Karen's, but okay.
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at sidebar.
I'll see you at sidebar. Trying to figure out why bookmarks bar will be there. Trying to close all my stuff, and I don't even actually have that much stuff open. So I don't know why it's being a little laggy today.
So he just said that there was an error reporting the UTC and the local time on the
For the example.
vehicle.
Okay.
Vehicle.
Okay.
So but I don't know, I guess I'm thinking like, then why would I trust that it's reporting the time back? like at all?
Yeah, I don't understand all this time math, how it doesn't all coincide together. I don't understand. I don't understand it. Is he trying to say Karen didn't actually connect to John's Wi-Fi at the time it said that it was just an open tab? I don't know, right? Because what time was that supposed to be? Like 12:36? Okay.
But was that her phone or the car?
That I believe it was the car, right?
Mm.
So that's what I'm wondering, because this guy's talking
is that's
car.
when it's powered off. So like she could have connected. She could have connected at 12:36 and just sat in the car for 5 or 6 minutes.
My Wi-Fi takes forever to disconnect from in my car. Like,
oh, okay.
I will have it even connected to my phone. So I'll be connected to my car's Wi-Fi because I have the Wi-Fi hotspot. And I will walk into my house and be putting groceries away, and all of a sudden it'll be good 10 minutes before it disconnects from my car because my car is fully shut down all the way. And my phone is still connected. And then it has to switch over to the house. So
Mine does the
oh, yeah. I think that's happened when we've been talking on Discord before. And you're just like, oh, that you were coming through my car, apparently.
Yeah.
So,
but that's like Bluetooth compared to like Wi-Fi. But I don't know if it shows that she connected to John's house, then the car is set up, because I know mine is set up to hook to a Wi-Fi. So like my car has a Wi-Fi hotspot, but it will also connect to my house Wi-Fi as well, so that it's not using the hotspot data off my car. Like my car will actually do updates put to my Wi-Fi.
That's interesting.
Interesting.
Because my new car does that. So I'm still learning what all that means.
Yeah, it's crazy. My Wi-Fi hotspot name is Pretty Fly for a Wi-Fi. So.
Shut up. Is that? I love that so much.
Okay,
I love that.
I love.
It's a fantastic name. I love when people name I don't know what ours is, but I know what the password is, and Elbow Feet came up with it, and it's not great.
But you'll
I'm not
never
going to tell
forget it,
anybody
right?
what the password. Oh, it's
Mr. Burgess,
unforgettable.
could you explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing,
Hold on,
we
folks.
can identify.
Let me just reload this whole thing real quick, okay? Sorry. I don't know why it's being a pain today. I don't like it.
It's a Monday.
It is a Monday. Well, I mean, my Monday's going pretty good. Okay. All right. Uno momento. Go. And that's all right. Let's try again. Oh, that's a nice freeze frame shot.
Yes, okay. So this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community, and it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we are able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engaged in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are two components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember that command 42 lock, is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should, and that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power-on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
And is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, is the power out event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12/12/36 a.m. time, what time clock is that based on?
Sure, so that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure, so it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering two very different or separate devices,
that doesn't even make sense.
the
Like, why? That's apples and
time
oranges.
is different, what would that be called?
Sure, so that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power-on event of January 29, 2022, of the defendant's Lexus at 12/12/36, were you able to identify the first power-off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was, and that was at 12:42:08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did and testing that you did with the power-on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data representing the power on event on a timeline at 12/12/36 and the power off event at approximately 12:42:08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it, are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events for the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Could we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
Sure. So the next power on event occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed as 5:07:46, where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the time stamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs, are those videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occur.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left?
Get my gummy bears.
Okay, thank you. What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Burrow.
Okay. Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58 keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the ring video, the ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event, that occurs at 5:46:20. Again, when we look at the ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent, again, with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that would be helpful. If not,
Time math is complicated. So that means she also never shut off her car when going to pick up Carrie and going to Jen's.
if you could stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle's on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
You are right.
And do you have an opinion to
because then I took
reasonable degree of
Carrie's car.
scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please?
It's a very
What
good
is
point,
this,
Angie.
Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or cooperative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available,
Oh,
and as
PM
far as I'm
copy.
aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways?
Now, see, that's a lot of snow. But this is at what? What time did they say? 2? That's a lot of snow. I think this was at her parents' home.
And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit?
Sure.
Pardon me, of that diagram.
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred and when the power on event occurred and when the power off event occurred at 2/12/35/01 and 2/12/01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12/35/01 to 2/12/01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4/11/46, and the power off event occurs at 4/12/56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4/12/03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4/11/46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4/12/03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes, so that power on event would be 4/11/46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4/12/56.
And is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us?
Right. See, that is a lot of snow. That snow, if that was happening at 12:30 at midnight, then I would believe people say, oh, we didn't see him laying in the yard. That would be fair. But this was, I don't know how many hours later, what, 16 hours later? Mm-hmm. Good point.
Thank you. And similarly, does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes, so similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please? Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs, and that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42.
Exactly.
Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event. but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck. And that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Could you take that down, please? Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see, and is what is generally accepted, is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate. Its function is to be accurate to the minute, but its function is not to be accurate to the second.
I got a chocolate chip muffin.
Is a variance between different devices an accepted concept in your community?
Yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
When you were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card, what clock would that information, that time, be dependent on?
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important tech stream events?
Correct. There were two tech stream events.
Remind us what those were?
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two tech stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the tech stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the tech stream events have that running clock from ignition on. And because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from tech stream data on the Lexus,
what
would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down, or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two text stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believed was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What did you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a 3-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that 3-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Okay. Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the text stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, if you could turn to page 38, please.
By the way, this espresso coffee was a bad idea.
Can you explain to us the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure.
I mean,
So this
sometimes
is
it's
kind
not
of
feel
a
good.
graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, it's a 3-point turn. We have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones.
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience and your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just answer that, yes or no.
Yes,
You did?
I did.
Okay. Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. and we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application ways?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah, so that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those 2 text stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first text stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing, so there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
I see. When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative, or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 3:39 and 3:48. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from, approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up, and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So it's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Where you initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. And then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction, and then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound.
So she just turn around in the driveway?
So the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brown.
Okay. After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate, time that the 3-point turn occurred according to of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the text stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the text stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the text stream data. So the text stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a text stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about this type of methodology in comparison of synchronizing clocks?
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please. What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of text stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23, between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There is a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
And do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes. So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
Okay. When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is the, could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So that the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And that the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah, so that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Oh, wow. Okay. I think there's a lot more things you need to ask, Brandon, because we're all a little confused here on this, whatever he just said. Bring it home, Alessi. Bring it home.
Lights, please. That's as good as they can be, huh? One's burnt out.
Get some water, Lefty.
I'll see Counselor Tilden.
Oh, yeah, sidebar. That's cool.
Lefty, I'm gonna
That's
not
fine.
make you don't need to ask any questions that's gonna make this guy look bad, okay?
So, am I understanding correctly? This 3-point turn is not when they're saying she hit him. That would be like them turning in the driveway and then pulling in front.
Girl, I would be lying to you if I told you I understood anything of what he said.
I don't understand.
He had
I don't
me with
understand.
the timestamps and the video.
Seems like a good place. We'll get a little
And then after all that with the map and that, I was like, what?
You folks are all set. We'll take a 45-minute lunch.
Oh, it's lunchtime.
And sir, just follow the jury out.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
You're in 45 minutes
Close
for
your notebooks
lunch.
and follow me.
That's early for them. Usually it's 1.
But
But
Leslie's like,
it might-
I don't want to interrupt my flow.
Well, and I agree with him there. Because they would cut him off and then he would have to get back up there. And it would give him time to. Oh,
Well,
really
and I'm
wanted to
sure this
see
is going to
Alessi.
give them the opportunity to like compare notes and come up with, different questions, perhaps. This guy, I don't understand what he's trying to I'm so confused about
I am
this.
too. And I'd like to say I was paying very close attention, but once I start getting confused, I tend to stop listening. And that's just my brain defaults to once you lost me, I've tuned out.
Right, Lady in Gray? Because who was right behind her? The Nagel, Ryan Nagel, in the truck.
Well, or a what Jeep, the Jeep, because there was a Jeep.
Okay.
Too.
Well, whoever Ryan Nagel was in the car with him and Maidson or whatever her name was, because they would follow John and Karen. Well, they were coming this way, John and Karen, and then they ended up behind them. And I don't recall them saying anything about, oh yeah, she turned around the driveway and then so did we. But I thought she was coming from where the flagpole would be anyway. So I don't know why there would be a 3-point turn. I don't know. You guys, I'm sorry. I'm very confused about this. Okay, so they're saying court will resume at 1:20 Eastern, by the way.
So are they trying to say that she turned around and went back the way she came instead of just going up, chap?
I think so. It's very dramatic music.
I know, right? It made me feel like we were like in the ending, like climactic part of a Marvel movie, like we're about to fight. Take your position.
I wish. Anyway, you were saying, I'm sorry.
No, I'm still processing because I'm very confuzzled.
He will be back tomorrow. I think Alessi's going to have him up there all day.
I was about to say, y'all go get your
drag it
snacks,
out.
take your potty breaks, grab your popcorn. I love Alessi, but he can be kind of like, I can watch Alessi on like 1.75 speed. Sometimes he gets real slow.
That's true. But I feel like maybe he might be able to make some sense of this. And this is bad. This is very bad for the prosecution, because I'm not even saying if I know if this guy is right or wrong. I'm just like, what did he even just say?
That's what I said.
Really bad for the prosecution. This is really bad for them.
That's what I said was, if I'm waiting for Cross to, let's pretend I don't already have preconceived notions, but if I'm confused and I'm like, well, hopefully Cross will help me understand a little bit, because he'll maybe say it in terms and like break it down for me. If I'm waiting for Cross to clarify, then
that's problem.
That's bad for you. It's bad for you.
Because I mean, gosh, when he was talking about the turns and everything, I was like, wait a second. Are you saying that this 3-point, like, why even bring it up if the 3-point turn is not where you thought she hit? Like, because it was earlier than I thought it was going to be. In the way they've been like talking about things and stuff, I had just assumed, oh, all this turning around must have been after she allegedly hit him. But they're saying, oh no, this was before that.
Is it?
I don't know.
They didn't make that clear to me. Because I don't know I honestly don't understand what their implication was. Like, they threw a bunch of times at, but they said, is this what you think that perhaps this could have happened? I don't know if maybe they couldn't ask that, but like, I wasn't connecting the dot. Like, when is this supposed to have occurred? And maybe it's because I know too many times from the last trial, and I know too many times in this trial before things change. The jury has to be confused too, because they heard the same thing we did.
Yeah. And like, I want it to make sense, but
well, I do too, because like, we made a big deal about his phone closing at 12:36. It was like at 18 seconds or something like that. But now everything, or no, 12:32, 18 seconds, not 36. 12:36 when the Wi-Fi connected at John's house. Now we're saying that this happened. Are we saying it happened at 12:23, 12:24?
That's what I think they were trying to say. But that doesn't make any sense, because that's when her car shuts off.
But then you just discredited
At
Jen
his
McCabe
house.
because she says she saw the car there at 12:40.
Yeah. What a mess, you guys. This is messy. I mean, maybe other people are understanding this better than us. I don't know, but I'm not.
And Nagel said he was there at 12:30 and saw Karen in the car.
Yeah.
And didn't see a body on the ground. So if he was there at 12:30, there was no car because she would have already been gone, and there would have been a body on the ground. The times are muddied. Because he said he talked to his sister. It was what, between 12:30 and 12:45 or 12:35.
You see, though, this is what happens when the prosecution doesn't have like a clear timeline happening and displaying it, because it's a mess. Because we've had so many different things telling us times, right? We've had witnesses telling times, their eyewitness statements. We've had phones telling us times, text messages telling us times, phone data telling us times. Too many different things telling us times that I can sit here right now and tell you I don't know when what happened was supposed to happen. Like I don't know, because if this all happened at, between 12:21 and 12:31, there were people sitting out in that truck in front of the house.
Then they would have seen it happen.
Yeah, and Jen was like texting. I believe Jen's texts are like, when she's blowing up John's phone, is during this time. So that's why I'm but now I understand. Now we understand Alessi's argument with Bev. Okay, but if we let this guy say these things, we're going to have to call Jen McCabe back, and we're going to have to call Whippen back. And I see why, because I'm thinking about what she said. Oh, I was at the door here. And granted, that's the thing, is they have so many witnesses that I don't see as credible. Right?
Yeah, but those text messages are timestamped.
That
and
is
if
true.
she's saying that I saw his car out there, or I saw the car out there, and I texted after I saw the car out there, then those text messages are sent after visually seeing, I saw the car, I sent a text. I saw the car, I sent a text. I saw the car, I sent a text. I saw the car, I looked down, I sent a text, and then I look up and the car is gone. That's what I'm saying. She's saying she visually laid eyes on it at the same time as she sent the text. So then the text and the visual confirmation that the car was there is at the same time. This is so muddy. And Brennan just like, let's pretend everybody just didn't listen to anything we said for the first 3 weeks of this trial. And now they're listening and they'll believe
I really feel like that's what's happening. I really feel like that's happening, or I'm being like gaslit or something. Because I feel like I trust my memory. I feel like I have a pretty good memory, but I'm just over here like, wait, what? What are we talking about now? I don't understand.
All of it's so muddied, and I feel like he just like muddied his own waters. Like,
yikes.
My dog is being obnoxious. Sorry.
That's okay. She probably has things to say too. Probably like, oh my gosh, I've been listening. This doesn't make any sense to me either. And I'm a dog.
She's hearing me yelling. She's barking back at me like, yeah, you tell him, Mom.
That is definitely what's happening. Angie said, I put all the times of calls and text in the Discord trial chat. Okay. Memento.
Well, now I have to change my screen. I've got to flip back and forth, Angie.
I'm
only kidding, Angie. I'm just giving you.
Angie, the ones are you talking about in the trial? Okay, in the trial chat. These are all the morning of, starting at 11:30 a.m. Or am I just not scrolling up? I could just not be scrolling up.
Hashtag scroll up.
Yeah, I see this one is from 11:30 a.m. to 7:54 p.m. And then February 1st. I don't know. It's something else. I think Alessi is going to do. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. To watch that brain work in mysterious ways. I don't know how he does it. But I know somebody put in the Discord the other day, they were just talking about how like Alessi's a real Renaissance man. He knows everything. Like, you know, because a lot of lawyers, I mean, they learn things to be able to, depending on their case, right? They do kind of know a little bit about everything, but he seems to be like, oh, I know everything about DNA. Oh, I know everything about data. And you can tell he really has taken the time to understand everything he talks about. And that's really impressive. Very impressive. Because he talks that way with the expert witnesses too. He'll be like, oh, so what about this, you know, thing that only people that were into it would know or whatever.
Yeah, he's all like using the big words down in the mud with them. And it's like, do we need to go so y'all can chat? Because like y'all seem to be like hitting it off. Y'all know what you're speaking a different language.
Brennan is acting like a defense attorney, like he's trying to create reasonable doubt himself for the defense. Yeah, it's super weird. Because I'm like thinking this guy doesn't help him.
Well, I'm thinking sometimes he forgets the team that he's playing on. just like, no, I'm serious. Like the way when he questioned the ME the other day, and he was like, well, did you hear that her say she hit him? Did you get all this? Did you get all this? And it's like, yeah, I did. She's like, yeah, I did. And it's like, he seemed shocked that she still made this call based on all that. I'm like, sir, you're like, you don't ask questions you don't know the answer to. How did you not know the answer to that question? Like, why would you ask that if you knew she already knew and still made that call, right? Like, that's like the number one rule of attorneyhood is you don't ask a question that you don't know the answer to.
It's true. Or in life, that's good life advice too.
Right. Well, I mean,
or at least don't be unhappy when you get the answer you get.
Especially when you're trying to make a case and you don't know that this witness is going to say something you want to hear or not. And like, well, and I think sometimes he just forgets and defaults to defense attorney mode and forgets who's on the other side. That's what I like to believe in my head, though.
Because these guys did not testify in the first trial. They only just came on board in October.
No, this is a whole new trial. We didn't get any of that. We just got the trigger, the key cycles.
From Triple. Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
Look at you adopting those Southern sayings. Bless his heart.
Bless his heart. Y'all taught me so well. I do find it interesting that they have been calling witnesses that they never called in the first trial. But they're also not calling many of the witnesses that they called in the first. I think that's very interesting. Like, why is Maggie Gafferty or whatever her name is, who pulled the car data first, I guess? I don't know. Why wasn't she? Why is she on the defense list? Does that name sound familiar? Was she part of trial one? I don't
remember her. I mean, we didn't get any of that data in the first trial because they couldn't get it. And I think that's what he was trying to allude to, was like that stuff was like burnt. That's what I was picking up. Now maybe I was making that up in my head or making it make sense because I knew that from trial one. I don't know if they couldn't, because that's all we knew was they couldn't get it for some reason. So maybe it was because of all those burn things, and that's just what makes sense to me. I don't know that that's accurate. You know, like it was all melted and stuff. But there was that other, and that's why he pointed out, like there was that other disc in there that looked like they hadn't removed it, like they didn't even try to take it out, that also stored data. But I'm like, Angie, you're not giving us all the data because there are times that the car is parked. That car should have registered that.
Yes. Being parked, Yeah, because she had to park the car when she went to pick up Jen and all of that jazz. So that's interesting. This is the D8 tap dancing around for the CW. I mean,
I'm gonna have to put you on hold for just 1 second. I'm being summoned.
okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Anyway, for all the pre-trial motions, Hank kept saying this is a new trial. I mean, from all what y'all say about, y'all watched the first one. I did not. But many of you are saying this is not even close to the same trial that you watched first time around. As a matter of fact, pretty much it's unanimous, I think, so far with our chat that is this worse? Is this worse than the first one? Because for me, I'm just over here like, I have no idea what is happening, what the timeline is, who is where. I feel like Brennan calling all of these witnesses out of order, like, it's not good. It's not good. Well, if it was MSP trying to get stuff, are we really surprised? Because I'm not. Okay, so what time did the Lexus record a car accident happen? Lisa, that's the thing. Is I don't think I heard them say that the Lexus came into contact with anything. Am I wrong, chat? Like, I don't feel like, and I feel like that would happen with a fancy car like this. It'd be like, oh, she hit something, but I don't think it said, I don't even know if it, again, if they do a better job explaining these things, but I don't even think anything registered when she hit John's car. So I don't know. Okay, I'm going to read these real quick because Angie has given me some timeline stuff. We'll do that while we're waiting, okay? Okay. All right, so these times have become evidence during the Karen Reed trial when Alessi was doing his cross-examination of Ian Whippen and discussing aperture. He stated 2 separate trigger events time. Okay, there's some keys here. Oh, I love how they used emojis as keys. That's great. Okay, so at 12:11:14, John is on camera outside the waterfall bar. So at 12:11, at 12:14, which we just learned that, well, we want to believe this guy, Karen's car turns on at 12:12. So that checks out. That checks out. Then at 12:14, John texts Jen McCabe, where to? Then Jen calls John. At 12:18, John calls Jen. At 12:20, John makes a Waze search on his phone.
He probably put in the address.
Oh, that's true. Maybe they didn't have it in there the whole time. At 12:20, Brian Higgins texts John, "You coming here?" But at 12, this guy just said at 12:21, Karen is doing a 3-point turn in front of the house. Okay. But at 12:23, Ryan Nagel texts his sister that he is at 34 Fairview. And Ryan said, oh, we followed. Karen and John were in front of us when they were a little bit further. There's like a stop sign thing. And
right. And they didn't see 3-point turn.
So this says at 12:24, Karen and John arrive at 34 Fairview. At 12:34. Or no, I'm sorry, at 12:24. Still 3 minutes after than what this guy just said. At 12:24, the phone unlocks with a Face ID. At 12:25, message, "You coming here?" read from Higgins. He read Higgins' thing. At 12:25, it's locked with the lock button. At 12:25:30, Ian Whippen report. The device's bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. At 12:27, Jen texts John here. At 12:27:33, he receives that. he receives the text message here. And at 12:29, Jen calls John. Call lasts 7 seconds. Jen denies making that call or talking to John. At 12:31, Jen texts John, pull behind me. Now they're saying at 12:31:38 is a triggering event, according to Aperture. This is the second time given by Alessi when asking Ian about the event. So there's the 2 trigger events. They're saying the 3-point turn and the backup. Okay, right? So the first trigger event, this is according to Ian Whiffen's testimony, right, Ange? I think that's what. Yes, during Alessi's cross. So they said that at 12:31 is the first trigger event, which would be the 3-point turn, according to the guy that's on the stand now, except it's 10 minutes later than what he said. 12:31, the phone received the message, pull behind me from Jen. 12:31, phone is in a pocket state. At 12:31:56, another trigger event happened, which would be probably the backing up. Then at 12:31:56 is when he takes 36 steps, which is around like 80 feet. And 12:32, pocket state is cleared. 12:32:04, the device is unlocked. 12:32:06, the message is read. Okay, so that's a very interesting. And Karen starts calling him at 12:32:16, 36 steps registered in health event.
When does the end health event? When does that end? What did you
12:32:16.
Okay.
Is when the 36 steps are registered in healthcare event. And then everything else after that is Karen calling John. And then here at 12:45, Jen McCabe on cross-examination told Alex Jackson this was the last time she saw the SUV outside 43 Fairview at 12:45 a.m. I feel like those times are not matching up with what Homeboy just said on the stand.
No, they're not. That's
all.
why I don't understand.
Like he said those happened at 12:21. And said it's 12:30.
They didn't even get there till 12:20. If it happened at 12:21, then Nagel would have been there when it happened. Or immediately
Very
after.
Interesting.
And anybody, if they're taking notes, they should be able to see that. Oh, dude, this is
How long do I have to lie on the stand? That's so weird and confusing.
okay. I really hope that cross is good. I mean, I'm not doubting, but also like I have high expectations because it doesn't make sense, and you need to make it make sense, and you need to make him say it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he's moving around because like the second event, according to Whiffen, it happens at 12:31, the backup. And that right after that is the minute that John walks 36 steps. There's the phone's unlocked with his face. He reads a text message from Jen saying, pull behind me after the fact. So that's,
Sorry,
I don't understand.
I'll figure that out one day. So
I bet so too, Shaka.
If that's the timeline they're going with, we've decided we're going to just hit Control-Alt-Delete on all the witnesses we've called from the beginning. And now we're just going with this.
They drove, Lisa, I'm pretty sure. Because it was just Karen, John, and Michael at the first one. And then they met everyone up at the other bar. Or at least I'm under the impression that they drove to the other bar.
No, they walked across the street.
Oh, they walked across. Oh, it's right across the street? The other bar is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind that. I did not realize that it was literally across the street.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if they said that, to be honest with you.
They walked across the street. It was like literally across the street. And D&E Pizza is right next to CF McCarthy's. So like it's all like right in that little area.
Okay, interesting then. Look at that. Thank goodness you're here because I did not know that.
Well, I mean, we have like in my city, we have Old Town. All it is bars. You just bar hop. You just walk across the street to one. Like we have like we call it Old Town. It's just all bars, and you just walk across the street to the next bar. Down there, you go to the next bar. Down there, you go to the next bar.
Oh, that's right. I know what I have to share with you guys. I don't know what memento. We're waiting. So let me put on my little banner here. So remember last week, we decided we're going to match make the OnlyFan and find it some matches. So I asked chat to email me pictures of their ceiling fans. And we're just going to do this for a while and see if we can come up with like a fun matchmaking for the OnlyFan. But so on Friday, the lovely Simone Miller sent me pictures of her fans. And let me switch over here. These are fun. She sent me 3 pictures. Let's see where they are. There we are. Oop. Why is it not popping up? There we go. She has party fans. That's what I've decided to call these, is party fans. I love those. The first one has a little disco ball as the little pull thing. I love that. Super fun. So maybe the OnlyFan in Massachusetts will like one of these lovely ladies. I mean, the middle one has decorative bulbs or globes. I mean, that's what they're called. I love it. I love it. So if you want to, you can send me a picture of your ceiling fan. Make sure you put your YouTube name in the subject bar so I don't like accidentally dox you on YouTube because I want to do that. And I might not be able to match up whose name is who. And then, yeah, just send me pictures of your ceiling fan and we'll put them up here. And then we'll all do like a vote on who we think. I don't know when or what for, but why not? Let's just have some fun. So thank you, Simone, for sending those in. Right? They are party fans. I love it. The lighting on all of them is great. Good stuff. More contestants, yes. Stop talking about balls. Well, you know, it's shiny. Oh, goodness. But yeah, so feel free to, I'll let that run on the screen so that way you guys have it for a while. Yeah, this is a problem with this timeline. By the way, if you want to see all this, join our Discord, the Courtyard. We're all there and run it, and we talk a lot of true crime. We have a lot of court docs and all that fun stuff over there. Sometimes we watch and play games and all that jazz. Sometimes it's true crime, sometimes it's not. We do all sorts of things over there. So definitely, geez, Gavin, you're killing me. You're killing me. I mean, it's true though. They are. Oh yeah. Yeah, by the way, send it to my email, Tara at TCWT Media. Yeah, I do have a name. It's not Llama, actually, but that's what all my friends call me. So that's why you all get to call me that too, because we're all besties here. Oh, thank you. You're great. Yes, that's it. Yes. But yeah, so this is pretty problematic here for them at this moment. Oh, this makes me excited.
It's not great.
It's not great. This makes me excited because this is based off of Alessi's cross with Whippin. So Alessi like freaking knows. And why does Brennan keep calling him whatever? He keeps calling him the wrong name. Yeah. Like, come on. I got it on the first try.
Well, he's kind of I don't know if it's done on purpose or like I can't. You know how some people will just screw your name up just to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of coming off that way.
Well, in fairness, I suppose when I've been doing these Diddy recaps, one of his defense attorneys' last name is Estiovo. Okay, I had to Google how to pronounce it.
Okay,
right?
but that is nowhere near like Alessi. It's literally said the way it's spelled.
That's true.
Alessi.
But like, I'll get it. But then if they like put her name's like Anna Estiovo, but I'll mess it up every time her first and last name is together. Ask Amy. I do all the time. I'm like, fuck, get it right already. You said it a billion times.
Alessi doesn't even require any like contortions of the mouth. Like
That's true.
Estiovo. Like that's a lot of wrapping your mouth around like vowels. Alessi's like,
I don't even know if that's how that lady pronounces her name. I just Googled it and I was like, oh, that's what I'm calling her. So, but yeah, Alessi is just like hooked on phonics over here. It's not that complicated.
No.
Brennan.
Alessi. It's like Khaleesi, but Alessi. Alessi.
36, and then Karen goes. But
it's actually a pretty first name for a girl too. Alessi.
Oh yeah, that is nice. I do like that. And then at 12:36:39 is when Karen connects to the Wi-Fi at John's house.
Are they going to say that that's wrong?
I don't know.
Did we bring that up? Is that in the infotainment or the text stream?
So does it only take 5 minutes though to drive from Fairview to John's? Is that reasonable and doable?
I don't know. I wouldn't think in a blizzard or a snowstorm if you've got a high blood alcohol content. It's snowing.
There's only enough snow to track a cat. That's all.
But I don't know. You gotta be drunk too. And you're trying to drive carefully. Would you be driving fast?
Alexa says 7 to 8 minutes, but she could have been driving fast. She was angry. So, but also, it can connect a little bit further distance ahead of time.
Mine does not connect that far away. I have to be like right at my driveway. As soon as I am out of my driveway and down like the road a little bit, it disconnects. Like,
okay.
I'm talking like, I mean, I'm not like out. It's not a far. Because if it does, then I want to know like what Wi-Fi they're using and where I can get some, because I would like to be able to keep my Wi-Fi all the way to, that might be what it says it does, because I get boxes all the time. It says connects up to so many feet, and then I get it, and it's like, nah, I can't even walk out the house.
No.
Shoot, my signal starts decreasing. My house is only 1,700 square feet. I go to the other side of my house, and my signal drop. What are you talking about?
Okay, so 6 minutes. So yeah, it's fairly close. She could have been speeding if she was pissed off, but she was. So that's fair. By the way, so I got this like new lip gloss. It says, I guess it's a gloss, but it's like the pouty kind. Called Revolution, and it's called Pout Palm. Anyway, though, you put it on, and it feels like there's icy hot all over your lips. It's very weird feeling.
Lip fingers.
Very weird. I don't have it on right now. I need to reapply it because I've drank too much. Yeah, this is not good for them. I'm even more excited for Alessi at this point. Because that guy on the stand, right? He just said on the stand that at 12:21 is when she did that turn, which is 10 minutes difference than what Whiffen said.
I need to see. Okay, I'm sure somebody in the chat will go find it because we've got Lady and Gray and Angie, and they're usually on top of it. I'm sure somebody on X will have put a new timeline together based on this guy's testimony.
Okay, let me save this so we can share with the class.
Is there like that was based what you read was based on Ian Whiffen's cross by Leslie, right?
Correct.
Yes. I would
Yes.
like to hear somebody who went and put together a timeline based on what they just heard this guy testify to on direct. And that way I could see what he's, because I need to see it. I can hear it, but it's helpful to see it. Oh,
Very
look
good.
at the emojis.
I know. See what I was saying?
They coded it.
I know. I don't know who put this together, but I freaking love it. Oh, I'm going to give her this banner too, so that way y'all can see the whole thing. So, yeah, that's the timeline. Again, this is based on Alessi's cross-examination of Ian Whiffen and discussing
Also,
the aperture.
Jen McCabe's testimony, right?
Mhm.
Or
No.
what
This
he
is all
testified to about the text messages from
right because he had her stuff too. Let's see. This happened in 2022, and technology changes every second. To be fair, it has to complement the time recordings for that year. Can they substantiate this? It's a good question.
Well, I think that's what he used the example vehicle, because wasn't that like the closest that they could get, so that they could check whether the timing, what the timing was on the example vehicle. Like, but even that had an error on it. The local time didn't default to local time; it stayed at UTC time. So that's weird.
Because, like, how could he take steps if that's when he was hit by the car? And how did he check his phone, unlock his phone?
That's what I say. This new timeline sounds like it's really great for the defense, which I did hear people say that this actually, him changing midstream like this could be really good for the defense if they play it the right way. I totally read that, Lady in Gray, that Llama just sent a DM to lawyer, and I was like, oh, cool, they're besties.
What? No. I would never. If there's one thing everybody knows about
she
me,
said
I do not
about lawyer, but it was just funny because I read it wrong, and that's all I was like, oh, cool, we're moving up.
Yeah, right away. I can barely send an email. It freaks me out too much.
She's like, I would never.
I would never. That's why, like, I'll just put this out there now. If anyone ever feels like I am talking to you in a personal DM on any social media, 1, I do not have social media. 2, I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. I'm not going to email you. I'm saying if like a catfish like situation happens, I can assure you it's probably not me. I don't like that kind of stuff. Okay. So 18 minutes ago, it looks like a lawyer, who we love here, Peter Tragos. He has a YouTube channel if you're not familiar with him, but he's fantastic. Says that, so this time variance is being misinterpreted and misrepresented, but it is also more accurate. I'm going to need a little more on that. One seems like it's wrong. The other seems right. It's like my mind is telling me no, but my body, ... I think generally this could provide the jury with some data that fits the Commonwealth purposely less detailed theory, but I have a pretty big feeling it won't feel quite as simple after cross. Why do you think Brennan didn't ask him about the timing of Karen Reed's phone connecting to John's Wi-Fi? Or did I miss it? See? Another person being like, what is going on here? What is going on here? Interesting. What do we got going on over here, guys? We got
Also, it was kind of weird the way he's.
Hello, Amber.
Was the one that was like, yeah, that was a misleading question when he was trying to explain how like the times are different. And he was like, it's like your microwave. And I'm like, well, yeah, everybody knows the microwave is off because by the time you put in, even if you watch your phone, like click over so that you can set it, it's taking you like 3 or 4 seconds just to, or like to press the set time button. So it's always a few seconds off, like unless it's a satellite connected microwave, which I'm sure there are those out there, but most people don't have those. Why would you?
Okay, let's see. What's Angie saying here? So Shannon Burgess just testified that SUV powered on at 12:36, which makes sense to this timeline we're showing here. I keep forgetting I have it over here. Powered off at 12:42. Reed still connects to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36. So 12:42 on this. She's already supposed to be back at John's, but she could have sat in the car. Though you guys did say that in one of the voicemails you could hear her
click-clacking.
Click-clacking.
Like she's walking.
So.
Yeah. She was like walking through. That's why I was thinking, did she just forget to turn off her car? Like,
that's I don't know. Then Karen Reed calls John several times before her car turns off at 12:42. Oh, can hear her shoes at 12:41 on the ring cam. Okay.
It wasn't. Was it on the ring cam or was it on the voicemail? Because she didn't cancel
the phone call.
It was the voicemail that you could hear clack clack clack.
Yeah, which would also probably collaborate with the ring cam as well. Excuse me. Oh wait, that's right. The ring video doesn't exist of her arriving at John's house.
What I was saying. It wasn't
that's
on
right.
the ring cam. It was on the voicemail because that's the only way you have like she was here at this time, other than the Wi-Fi connected.
That's right.
Heard her
the only video
buttons.
Right, the only ring video that's missing is the one of Karen arriving to John's house, which her arriving there is not disputed. It's just, it's interesting because nobody had access to that except for John and disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. So
look, I know data doesn't lie, but I think it can be misinterpreted and manipulated. So
for sure,
depending on who's reading it. So just because it's presented as this is the data shows, but also it's skewed depending on who's reading it, right?
Well, and you see those like people be like, oh, well, this study shows this thing. When I took statistics in high school, the first thing my teacher said to me, I remember she was just like, statistics are all kind of made up. I was like, what?
It's skewed, yeah. Because even look at Whiffen's testimony. There was like when he laid out his timeline, even if we're actually look at us sitting here going, well, Whiffen's testimony, let's compare Whiffen's testimony. Well, we were ready to throw Whiffen's testimony out 3 weeks ago, but now we're trying to say, hey, no, but wait. But even he left out time off of his that was pointed out by the defense. Like you just immediately left it out. You didn't leave out. You didn't add that in. So. I mean, I just think everybody's just showing what's good for them. I mean,
this is not a good witness for
and
the
if you have to
prosecution.
do that, then what you have isn't good. Like if you can only show me the parts that go with your case, like I expect that from the defense. I don't expect that from the Commonwealth. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Like I expect the defense to piece out the stuff that looks better for them. But when it's the Commonwealth or your prosecuting attorney that's doing it, it makes me go, what? It should all be good for you. Like all of these things should be good for you.
Looks like I'm sitting in like a weird ass dungeon. Dark
That was
little
random.
corner. Yeah, sorry, I'll fix it later. I don't really care that much. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you on that.
I'm gonna
They
send you a
all say
light.
something different and not one of them agrees. I mean, yeah, what is happening here? You see how their story timeline doesn't make sense. I see a real face-off coming and heads are gonna roll.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really these. Yeah, especially once they bring Arca in. These are
I'm very excited.
your witness battles. I think this is it. Like these are the people and the reconstructionist. Like these are the big ones.
During the first trial, Nicholas Carino testified that the GPS data showed they passed Fairview and then did a 3-point turn and then turned around and turned on to Fairview. Interesting. Okay. Even being even more confused and you guys watched the first trial.
Well,
which
I think we're
saying
confused because
something.
we did watch the first trial. And when you watched the first trial, all your facts were presented this way. And now we've changed them. And it's like, that's why maybe you're less confused if you didn't watch the first trial. I don't know. But you seem just as confused.
I am so confused. I don't even know what's going on. I don't understand. And see, this is the other problem that I have with Brennan's organization of the witnesses is why did Whiffen come on 4 weeks ago? You know, like.
Because it's too close to this testimony.
Right? Like, okay.
Because he had to have time to change his timeline to Whiffen's testimony. But yeah.
Now I don't even understand what that argument was about because he didn't change it to matches at all. It's 10 minutes off for the first event, the 3-point turn event. So I don't know what's happening. A bunch of shenanigans is all I know. Okay, but did they find him alive? I hope. I don't know. I didn't get to look too close in that story. I know, I want to say 4 or 5 people were hit by a train in Ohio, and 5-year-old.
Is it the train that I hear outside your house?
No, it's not the train you hear outside. I didn't know my mic still picks up the train. It's train o'clock, guys. Not that train, hopefully.
Well, that's good. Because that would be trouble.
Oh, he's not alive. Oh. Was he hit by the train too? I'm assuming. I think so. I don't know. Oh, now it says 2 dead and 1. They're pedestrians. All right, you guys want to check out this article? This is weird.
Well, if you believe, Lady Gray, I hear you. But if you believe Brennan, then they didn't even know that this new report was coming out.
That's true. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But I think he's going to be on the stand all day. I think if Alessi...
Well, the way Alessi talks, probably. He talks slow. I'm sorry. I love him. He's so smart. But I need to put him on like 1.75 speed.
Well, I feel like he likes to build a rapport with the witness. So it's like we're going to have some kind of small talk. I'm going to kind of like relate. And
I know. It's just the tempo of speech. I'm also very ADD. And I know some people need people to talk very slowly so they understand. But I start to, like in mine, like if you start talking slow, my mind just starts to wander. And like as long as you're fast, I'm thinking because I'm trying to keep up. And so I'm locked in. So it's just the way my mind works. So it's like I watch everything on like 1.5 speed if I can.
But I also think he talks a little slowly about this stuff too, because he's also taking complicated subjects that the normal everyday person doesn't know. and brings them to kind of like explain like I'm 5.
Unless he's talking about stomach, whatever things, and everybody's like, "With the what?
What?
Pancreas, skirmish, whatever, whatever those words were." Like, I don't know what that is. It's like, I need to. Can you spell that? So I can look at it.
My favorite moment of his so far has been that reflection photo. And it was a reflection, wasn't it? Amazing.
Isn't it true that you double exposed the film and so it looked like there was 2 stickers?
It's amazing.
It was the chutney moment on trial.
It's glorious.
And Clueless. Or not Clueless, Legally Blonde.
Yes. I don't know if the audience in the courtroom appreciated it, but we did. Well, let's see. We did. Excuse me. He said 3 different reasons when he told Bev he was changing his report. You talking about Brennan? Gave a bunch of reasons. Yeah. Well, it turns out none of them are good. And how much do you think the state spent on paying these people? Paying Whippin, paying Aperture. I'm going to say for Aperture, at least $10,000. At least.
Paying Brennan. Because he's a special prosecutor. So there.
Spent a lot of money on these experts, is all I'm saying. So I'd be pissed. I'd be very pissed if I lived in Canada. I mean, I'm not going to tell locals how to feel, but y'all should be pissed. Should be as pissed as New Orleans is right now. Have they caught anybody else?
Nope, they actually just told us that they think they're still all in Louisiana. So,
cool.
How do you know that? Like, we think they're still here. We're upping the reward to $20,000 per person.
Jeez.
And it's like, okay, but like, how do you know that? Like, you clearly don't know where they're at because you just go pick them up. So how do you know they're still here?
Their average income per capita is $78,000. Who's they? So, let's see. She's listening. I think so. Excuse me. Right? Oh, yeah. And then the DNA people, right? So they have like the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. But then the people they just paid on. Excuse me. Oh, here's the burps again. I'm so sorry. I'm a very burpy lady. The 2 DNA people they brought in with that private company, they had to cost a pretty penny too. And for what? For what? You got nothing positive out of either one of those. Oh.
Well, does it make sense because you paid all those people money and then you just brought on a witness that discredited everything you paid these people to say? Like, undid all your witnesses. That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe I'm not reading the Times right, but it sounds like they just discredited all the people they brought on to testify. So
that's how I feel.
And I could just be really, really dumb and not understanding what I heard. That's possible too, because I'm not a lawyer. #.
But see, that's the thing, right? We're not lawyers. We do not, we're not legal experts. We're just normal, everyday people that watch trials. But guess what? Guess who else is? Actually, they don't even watch trials, but the jury. Okay. Yeah. We're like barely, probably a little bit more knowledgeable than everyone else on the jury because we enjoy watching trials for fun. And most people don't. So I feel though, like if we're not, if we're not getting it.
So somebody would have to really break that for me down into like kindergarten size chunks. Like I'm not even joking. Like, okay, tech, like you would have to break that down as his not this brain, not a tech.
So right, we're just normal moms.
We're just
normal moms. That's fine.
Oh, I want that shirt so bad. Turtle Boy had that shirt with Jim McCabe on it. It said, "Just normal mom. I'm just a normal mom." I was like,
I know.
I went to his merch store to see if I could buy it. It wasn't there.
Lacey, it looks like you might have to make some llama merch that says, "We're just normal moms."
Because I was like, just a normal mom.
Well, yeah, thank you all for being here. I love that we get to hang out and watch this together and have a good time. And by the way, if you're new, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss when we go live or drop episodes, because we have other shows besides Couch Court with Llama. We have Midday Missing, but that's not today because Terry is out on jury duty. And we have Couch Court with Llama After Dark, where I've been covering the Diddy trial, doing updates every day that there's court. And we also have True Crime and Wine Time every Thursday at 9. Where Terry and, for now, a guest co-host, which will be Cap'n this week. What? We'll be covering dentist turned serial killer. Glennon Engelman is who they'll be talking about.
That was an interesting little read through.
Yeah, and then Wednesday we have a members only. So if you're not a member, please become a member and you can hang out with us on Wednesday. I hear it's going to be a fun time. So
Man, we got a busy week this week, huh?
We do have a busy week this week. Yes, we do. Now there's not court Thursday afternoon or Friday or Monday, but I will get back with all of you to let you know if and when we decide to go ahead and do something and hang out anyway. Because I like hanging out with you guys even when court's not in session. We still have a good time. We might watch some old testimony from trial 1. So we still have a lot of people that they're probably not calling. So we should probably watch them. What it is D.A. Morrissey is in a catch-22, and he needed the perfect murder in order to keep the Commonwealth happy and to keep Bev and her cottage cheese fantasy. Who is D.A. Morrissey? Like,
he's the district attorney.
The head of, okay. But he was not like part of this case, right? Or was he?
I mean, he's not part of this case, but he's kind of the, corruption goes to the top, right? So
sure.
Yeah. So,
but like Lally did the first one, but that person was not.
No, he's the elected district or like the head district. Like he's the, he would be ADA Lally, would be the assistants, the ones that do all but they work for the DA. And
okay.
Yeah. So DA Morrissey is the politician.
Got you. I get it. Okay.
So,
and I
you see how this works. If you want to be elected, you got to put people in jail. You know, that's kind of the way it works.
Oh gosh, sounds like Skinamax.
Couch Court After Dark. I mean, it does. Cinemax After Dark. I remember falling asleep watching something on Cinemax and waking up to what am I watching? Yeah, like in the middle of the night.
Okay, so he's the one who chose to prosecute this. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, think about it. I guess when you think about it, what? You have a dead cop and you're an elected official and...
Oh, but he kind of came out with the whole she's guilty right from the beginning. Like, he held a press conference, like, right out the box. Like, there's a lot there.
Okay. Oh, my. That's wild.
There's a lot there. That's why I'm saying this is so deep. The corruption here is so, it's kind of like New Orleans. I'm just saying.
What a mess. I mean, corruption's everywhere. I'm not going to act like I live in Ohio. We have had our fair share. Our fair share in the last few years, that's for sure. But, you know, I hope this trial, if at least anything, it just kind of shows people that You can't sit back and just blindly accept that, oh, justice is always being done. Everything is always being done the right way, because it is not. It is not in a lot of places. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's, if you just read about this case without actually watching the trial, it's definitely one that I would have been like, she was there, he was there. She probably did it. Sounds like they were drinking and like, but then you like start peeling back the layers, and actually you're just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
I just have never seen an investigation like this ever.
It's so bad. I mean, even if she did do it, it's so bad. Like, that means you have to make everybody go, okay, well, I can overlook all of this bad stuff and be like, I just think she did it. So I'm just going to overlook all of this. That was, I know there's people out there that can, though. I mean, clearly
we should watch
they're on
the
the internet.
Morrissey video. He declares there's no relationship between Proctor and the Alberts, and a bunch of other garbage. You know what? Lady in Gray, if you can find that, we won't play it today, but we can put that on the list of stuff to watch when there is no court later this week, if you don't mind. You don't have to be like in a hurry to do it, but if you want to find that, and we can add that to our list, because I'll be honest, I've already made up my mind.
Gotta find the juror interview too.
Oh yes, we need a full list.
Maybe when we're on verdict watch, we can watch the juror interview.
Okay, did only one juror give an interview, or?
I think so.
Just one? Okay. Interesting.
Because that would, I mean.
That's stupid. Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, yes. This is what we were talking about earlier with the 5. They did find the 5-year-old. Amos said he's passed away, or they're passed away. I don't know. They did not find the child alive, apparently. So, yeah, I'm very confused about what that whole thing is. I'll have to look into it. Let's see. Comment on X surveillance videos provided to Hank's expert. I'd love to know what they are, since defense has been told for the last 2 years no footage of Karen Reed driving home existed. But there's
no, there was video. Somebody's not accurate on X, because there was video of her driving home. They showed the video in the last trial of her like crossing in front of certain places, but not all the videos existed. There were some videos. I feel like I remember watching them.
I heard there's like a library.
Now, this could be one of those Mandela things where I didn't really watch it, and I'm just told myself I did, but I felt like I did.
That damn Mandela effect.
Yeah, it was some other alt parallel universe where I saw the video, nobody else did.
I'm convinced. I am convinced about the Mandela effect. Not always, but a lot of things. I'm like,
I feel like I saw it
that's so sad. That's
because it was like
sad.
passing on a street at some point. Like you would see it going down the street. I mean, it didn't mean anything to me when I saw it, but I do feel like I remembered them showing it. But there wasn't in front of in certain places the video didn't work, but there were a few places that did get video on the drive back. But the rain video of her coming into the driveway did not exist.
That, and Gallagher thought he didn't need to collect the neighbors across the street video.
Yeah.
But I feel like somebody said something at a library.
Somebody, look, I'm sorry. They may not have got the ring camera from across the street, but they could have really corroborated times. There's more houses on that street than just those 2 houses.
Mm-hmm.
There are other like they could have gone house to house and say, "Can I see your ring video? Can I see your ring video?" And then they could have synced up the times of and got a more accurate of okay, she's pulling into the house at this time. Like it passes this ring camera, this ring camera. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like
I do agree.
it's
Mm-hmm.
not the only house with a ring camera. And I'm sorry, you're just not going to convince me that a cop doesn't have a ring camera. I know cops that have their house fortified. I'm just saying.
I mean, I would if I was an officer. I mean, you never know what kind of people could.
Because you know too much.
Yeah,
You've seen too much. Like why?
that's true.
Like why would you not? Especially when your kids are living there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
Okay,
even
so
if they only had
apparently
them
we're
like,
back.
oh, are we? Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh, guys, we were supposed to be back like 20 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. I had it on mute because it was playing that weird music. Oh wait, we're not that far behind. Okay,
Yeah.
we're like 10 minutes behind, but that's okay because then we can go through sidebars.
That's why I was like, wait a minute. I'm looking
That's
and
okay.
seeing that we're back.
It's okay. Everyone was just apparently obsessed with the nonsense we were carrying on about. All right, you guys, let me do this real quick. Share the screen. I want this one. Okay. Do this. Oh. What? There we go. Here we go. That's not the right one. Okay. All right. That was like a quick hour. All right.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
Good afternoon.
You spell your first name Shannon with one N. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Shannon
You
with the
describe
one N.
yourself as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You use the term forensics often in your analysis.
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that generally the accepted definition of forensics is something that relates to, that's used in, and is suitable for a court of law?
Yes, I would.
And so when you're working in forensics, even in your office, you understand that eventually it's very likely that whatever work you're working on is going to end up or could end up in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in your direct examination the scientific method, right?
Correct.
And I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. And I just want to cover some principles with regard to the scientific method. But before I do, I just want to see how forensics envelopes in certain items. So forensics applies scientific methods and principles to legal matters, particularly in criminal investigations, right?
Correct.
It's a fair statement.
Yes.
Thank you. And forensics are used to help lawyers in their preparation, correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And it's used to help judges in courts of law?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also used to help juries and jurors to understand the results of scientific tests, correct?
Correct.
So you know, and you have to presume that as you are performing your analysis, as I stated earlier, that this information is going to end up in a court of law.
Correct.
And then does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
It can, depending on context.
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court?
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful, and therefore the forensic science must be accurate.
Correct.
It must be methodical.
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Yes.
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar, yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis? I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to emphasize the end, the evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses?
Yes, I do.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
No, I do not.
What?
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias. Is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right. Anchor
Bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown whether the impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, I do.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3.
Here's a shovel, sir, for you to start digging your own grave, please, and thank you. I love Alessi so much.
And in page 4, footnote 3, it states, I'm sorry, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
It says evidence review by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot, some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct, it did.
Now let's go on to another topic. Let's talk about professional credentials. You know what I mean by the term credentials?
Yes, I do.
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional that credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
You say they should be. Let's continue on with that topic.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You understand what's meant by the term ethics, right, generally?
Yes.
What's he getting at here?
And simple ethics mandate that one is truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold, correct?
Correct.
People rely on those credentials, and the credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be, yes.
They can be, and they often are, correct?
Yes, they can be depending on context.
But more often than not, they're important.
Yes, again, depending on context.
You know that not only your colleagues, but your clients, your firm clients, courts, and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify in your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits.
Oh. What's he gonna say?
Yes.
I think we're gonna have another Matlock moment.
Welcome. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, it's killing for me. Tell us,
Your Honor, if I
Alessi.
could have this marked as the next exhibit
For identification?
for identification at this point.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm going to have it off, I'm going to be eventually offering it into evidence, so
Okay.
may I present it to the witness?
Let's mark it for identification first.
Yep, okay.
Do they never voir dire this guy? Because they usually have to like qualify them as an expert. Like in pre-trial before they even get to the trial, usually.
May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Burgess,
Yes.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
Okay.
TT for identification.
I was, thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me.
He's so cute.
So I'm presenting you with what is exhibit TT for identification.
TT.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
May I approach further?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Apture has prepared.
Oh,
Is that a
anybody
very
else have
accurate, document?
anxious
it
for
appears to be.
him?
Your Honor, I'd offer that into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Brown?
No, thank you.
Yes.
My hands are sweaty and I'm not even this guy.
If you want to have the witness hold it, I have some
Hold on,
questions.
let's let it mark
Yes,
first.
Sure.
Yep.
Exhibit 183.
He's like, I'm about to friggin' slam dunk this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Burgess, you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir.
So he doesn't even have his
May I approach
bachelor's
your Honor?
yet?
Yes.
Thank you. Like this marked as the next for identification only at this point. Oh, excuse me, can I have that back?
He's been doing this for 10 years. And he's still in school getting his bachelor's? Okay, so he's like barely above Trooper Paul in this area. Actually, he might be less qualified than Trooper Paul. But okay.
May I hand it to you?
Interesting.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to actually have it marked for identification first,
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank
No,
you. I
we
would
can't.
offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
No, thank you.
Unless he's always shooting 3-pointers or half court. I bet he does half court.
184.
Thank you. I present it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't understand, Mickey. I don't understand why they even called this guy in the first place. And nothing he has said or done has been good or helpful to the prosecution in my book.
Mr. Burgess, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So in those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
Okay.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page?
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed?
Very possible, yes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yes, yes it is. What else?
May I
Apparently
put
it's
your
hot
arm?
in there, but I also feel like this isn't great. This is not good. I think Alessi's going to spend a whole hour on his CV, apparently.
Once Mr. Brennan reviews it.
Just graduated 2020. What? That's not great. Not great. Oh boy. Oh boy. Simone, I don't know what you're implying about that.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as
Okay.
next, identification in order? Thank you.
He's a squib. Yeah, it's not great.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Burgess giving you Exhibit DV for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now, I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn your focus to the bottom of education heading. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, Mathematics, and Business Administration. Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
Right. Yeah, I think this is just more so.
And if you click
About
on the
misleading.
hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not? Objection.
That's sustained.
What? Okay. Well.
Now, if you continue on,
it's not great,
to your photograph, are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
You know, he's not
Are
saying
you
sure.
aware that Aperture has two hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
And could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like Aperture, that's used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
I don't think they're going to call him
So
back
is
for
it fair to
rebuttal.
say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on, if you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified. Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Uh-oh. That's not
Do you
good.
know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
Yikes. He's only got him on the CV part so far. He hasn't went into anything else. Are you muted, babes?
Your Honor, I'd like to move EV into evidence at this time, please.
He has 10 shades of red right now. And they had to have known because the documents are already out there.
Mhm.
Exhibit 185.
Like how much of it is him and how much is it aperture? We don't know, but it's not great. It's so bad.
It's like they keep hiding, like everybody's hiding stuff. That's what it looks like to me.
But you see, Beth should have had a voir dire on this expert. They do it in all the other trials. The expert has to come in, list all their credentials.
The next one, Mark,
But they didn't do it like pre-trial though, before the trial began, is what I'm saying.
I didn't watch that if it happened.
That's usually when they do it for experts. Because even though you've testified before as an expert, the court still has to like find you as an expert to testify for.
We are in Judge Begg's courtroom. We make the rules as we go along.
Oh boy, it's so embarrassing.
The rules are made up. The rules are made up, and the points don't matter.
That's true.
Mr. Burgess, I presented to you what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
I wonder what the jurors' faces look like. They were like ours, like, ooh, ooh. Thanks.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Right,
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I didn't know on LinkedIn people can see when somebody views their thing. Oh, I don't have a LinkedIn, that as far as I know.
I get a notification when somebody looks at mine. And
That's interesting.
I only have a fake one because I like to look at lumens.
Separate.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But like somebody I know, because everything's all connected. So social media like knows when you talk to like somebody I hadn't talked to in 10 years. I guess it just hooks them up with it. I don't know how that works, but like somebody I knew like 20, like when I was a kid, found my LinkedIn and I got a notification that he looked at it. And I was like, well, that's really funny because I don't even have like my picture up there. I just want to read what this fake company puts on their LinkedIn.
That's weird. I don't like it. I don't like that at all. I like to be stealthy. Sorry, I had a melted chocolate chip on my arm apparently. So he hasn't even gotten into any of this guy's report. He's been tearing him up now on the scene. Oh wait, I forgot we're behind. Oh, guys.
We're going to destroy his credibility first, and then we're going to tear it apart.
Yeah. Oh, it's so embarrassing.
Because it's more likely that you won't believe anything he did if you destroyed his credibility first.
Mm-hmm.
I am just.
I wonder how.
Somebody better find this guy if I'm ever put on for murder. I want him as my attorney. Just putting that out there.
Alessi?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
He'd destroy it.
Michelle, tonight, in the course of events during Karen Reed's trial, Alessi confronted Shannon over a timeline discovery, but instead uncovered the deep anchored corruption. Wild. Thank you. Oh, you guys are great. Okay, let's go, buddy.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. That is
Wait, now it's all laggy. Oh, crap. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Let me drop this. Oh, stupid freaking. It's Monday. It's fine. It's fine. We're all hanging out. It's all good.
According to Sue O'Connell, the jurors are locked in.
We are. I bet they are as well. All right, let's try this again, folks. I will clear out all my stuff after the show is over today because I'm sure that has something to do with it. But
You can take a moment to take a look at it.
Sure.
Mr. Lessing, I'm going to ask you to step back so all the jurors can see the
Yes,
pictures,
Your Honor,
please.
thank you.
yes, thank you, Bob. Thank you.
Move out
Don't
the
mind
way,
if I do.
Bob.
As he's like peacocking all around the freaking court, like yeah. Let me
I
go.
love it. He took something that was such a we were so mad at.
Yes, it
Friday
does with
and turned
a
it.
error on page 2 regarding education.
Right, and we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you viewed that document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically do the pro page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit WW into evidence.
So he's saying, I don't know why it's changed. I don't know anything about this. Is that what he's saying? Sir.
Exhibit 186.
Thank you.
Oh, it's still doing it.
I would like to turn your attention to your the printout of your personal LinkedIn page and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been, at that time, an expected graduation date?
So it would be expected, you state.
Correct.
It would be another word for, another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page, am I correct?
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page, you know people are looking at your education, and you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018, yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page, correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your posts, not specifically the profile information.
Oh, so you believe you know apparently when people are looking at it and what they look at?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
Generally.
Correct.
But you don't know who's
place for
looking
employers.
at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
Exactly, Amos. Come on.
And as you sit here today, that page is still live on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
So a key aspect of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's two documents, is there not, sir? There's, may I?
Sure.
Thank you. And Madam Court Reporter, if I could have the previous one in evidence?
This is so very, very bad. Oh my.
And Exhibit 185 that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page. So if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are two documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, they have errors. Yes, that is correct.
May I have those back,
Sure.
sir?
Yep, both?
Yes, please.
Yes. There you go.
Thank you, ma'am. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have the next document marked
Show
for
me-
identification
show this
only at
to
this point. May I have this marked as the next for identification?
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit XX, Reggie.
Thank you. May I hand it to the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Handing the witness Exhibit XX for identification.
This is exactly why you board your.
Do you recognize that document,
before the
sir?
trial.
So it appears to be a CV, yes.
Now. we're
You
qualified.
say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes, so it's a copy of my CV.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand
sorry.
what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry, let's strike that. If you look under education.
There's no education.
The first line, it says in the, right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
And up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
And in the spelling of your name, Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
That was his first
And that's the
question.
correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
So
is.
that's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
He does not ask an unnecessary question.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022, correct?
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Correct. So let's go on. So this is the third example, am I correct, sir? Well, let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 187.
We haven't even gotten to the report yet. We haven't even gotten to the report yet.
We're going to spend an hour on this. For real. It's almost been an hour. I'm just this guy is so getting
Sir,
fired.
is Exhibit 187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website?
Correct.
What a
So
mess.
this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information, correct?
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you just used the phrase
He's
either
so
incorrect
overqualified
or
for the MSP.
outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's
Sure. So
outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Isn't
It's
I
not
have
outdated.
represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
right?
Yes, you
But in
have.
here, it's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is
All
an
right.
error, yes.
So
Can't be outdated then.
are you, let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Everyone is
Are
there
you
right now.
aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Yes, I am. And that is one of the errors I identified.
So you would agree that there's not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered.
Are we
at the
just making
University
things
of
up?
Alabama,
Like
correct?
stuff up?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
Sir. Oh no. Yikes.
So you've been trying to get a bachelor's for 10 years?
Are you familiar with the term mendacity?
I am not.
No. But tell us.
Define it.
It's just a new word, Alessi.
Define it. I need a
something.
dictionary.
Talk dirty to us, please, Alessi. Give us a new big word.
No, talk nerdy to us, Alessi. Talk
Are you
nerdy
familiar
to us.
with a CV of 2015?
No, I'm not.
Yes.
And to just be like, that was an error. Okay.
I mean, I kind of feel bad for him. I don't want to be publicly embarrassed on live television.
And
But
probably losing his
also,
job.
Have this marked as the next exhibit for identity.
also, you threw your company under the bus. Don't think they won't back it up over you. No pun intended, guys. No pun intended.
Thank you.
Oh no.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
No, I do not recognize this document.
Yeah, approach your own.
Yes.
Thanks, sir.
Sure.
Do you recall ever pursuing, and may I stand here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank
Can
you.
he see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
He can see
Oh, look
it
at
as
Nikki
well.
coming in.
Okay. I was just wondering.
He's like,
Audacity.
And just.
Where's the J?
Sir,
okay, you have to use it in a sentence at least one time today
recall
out
when
in the
you
world.
started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or misinterpretation that are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
Oh boy.
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes, sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
Again, I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have? Objection.
I'll allow that.
So I work for the insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insurance? Objection.
Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Lassie?
Sure.
Sure. I'm just up here having fun, Bev. Sure.
I am dead. Give this man some solo cups, a Stop and Shop bag, and hand him his first case. He's qualified.
He's overqualified for MSP. You know, like that's the thing, right? Is like I don't always think somebody needs to have a degree to be like an expert in certain things. Like that's fine for me.
Don't lie
but like
about it.
exactly, but you're lying about it. You're misleading people to hire you. Like, bro, I would have been fine if you would have just been like, no, I don't have a degree. I mean, it didn't make Trooper Paul look great because he had an associate's degree too. But this is bad. This is so bad. This is unbelievably bad for this guy. Oh no. He's definitely losing his job.
Because if he said, like, I don't have a degree, but I've been doing this for 20 years and I started learning I was an apprentice.
Exactly.
Like, you don't have to have, like, degrees behind you that makes you, like, good at your job.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed. You got
Are you
experience.
familiar with
That's
the
great.
phrase academic dishonesty?
Yes, I am.
So embarrassing.
Let's talk about your work on this case. In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report, it is a proposed protocol.
So we'll call it a proposal. In that proposal, you explained why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on your, in your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
Exactly.
Your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept, and that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry, well, is it proposal or protocol?
Protocol.
Protocol?
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol.
I don't think that's right, but okay.
And you blame this on the, quote, programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications establish that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the spansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
The acquisition was the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
Correct.
Your protocol for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation, yes.
Oh.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
Oh boy. Oh
You
boy.
mentioned Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that spansion chip during the December 2023 chip-off.
Now we know why she's
yes,
on the
that's correct.
defense witness list.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in your report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB, and that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol, yes,
Protocol.
correct.
What? I don't think that's the right word for it.
The
Though.
Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So
Girl, I don't even
contrary
think he
to
went.
your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing, yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted, I would not say misunderstood.
What?
You misinterpreted the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct, at that
You
time,
got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct, I did make an error.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You stated in your report that Micron, and I'm going to have to give an alphanumeric number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate, so bear with me, sir. You stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number, is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips, yes.
From those chips. Correct. I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct.
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms, you got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
Oh, shut up.
You submitted your proposal based on your education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing, no.
Well, certainly a part of it was, correct, sir?
Correct, partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
And since you
Only
wrote
a few
that,
minutes.
have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte, yes.
You learned that in this case from reading the affidavit of an expert for the defense who pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
Are you?
Are you sure? I said, are you sure? He said, I'm
Isn't
not
it the
certain.
case that the
Sure.
expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
We just had a whole argument about this Friday, so we already know the answer.
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another?
Correct.
And that person that I've referred to for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours.
Don't forget,
in
he
his
said he's
affidavit,
testified.
correct?
Correct.
I would like to go back to your January 30th, 2025 report.
I'm so embarrassed for him.
So embarrassed.
May I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. This is horrible. How does it get worse every day?
How does it
May I
get?
proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you know which one I'm referring to, sir?
Yes, I do.
No, he's completely confused.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this, quote, incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU, you know what I'm referring to in the MMU?
Right.
Is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement in the report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct?
That's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data of value from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Ms. Gaffney didn't miss anything of value.
Correct.
Fair?
Correct.
Do you know how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture to date
Yes,
for
tell us.
doing the work in this case?
Tell
I
us.
do not.
Oh, because I really wanted to hear that number.
Do you have any involvement at all in knowing what the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much Aperture
He's not gonna
has
answer
been
that.
paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth in this case?
No, I
Tell
have
us,
not.
Alexi.
He's shaking his head yes, but he's saying no.
Who
So
in Aperture is in charge of knowing how much fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth?
That would be the accounting department,
Would Dr. Judson Welcher know?
potentially.
Okay.
oh, because he's next, huh? Don't they have to testify back to back?
Your analysis, I want to move on to another category, sir. Your analysis
Oh, he's
in
not
this
letting
case
this guy go
was
today.
not strictly limited to data in science, was it?
No, it was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
You did not review the January 29, 2022 CARS report by, well, let me put it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No, I do not.
If there was a collision analysis and reconstruction report prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want to see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody at Aperture want to see that document?
Objection.
I'll reword. Are you familiar with collision analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely familiar? Have you ever used one in your analysis at all?
I have seen them, yes.
You've seen them. And my question is, seeing them, have you ever read any of them?
Yes, I have read them, yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and reconstruction report as part of the work that you do at Aperture?
Not specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement. We do routinely see crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Are you aware of a supplemental collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State Police dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Do you know whether Trooper Paul is part of the Massachusetts State Police reconstruction team?
I do not.
And lastly, do you know whether he's part of the reconstruction team in this case?
I do not.
Did anybody tell you to avoid reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did, however, review the 2024 testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year, didn't you?
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
Sure, that is common, yes.
Oh, he's going to get him on the sequestration next. Oh. This is so hard
Having
to watch.
reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony, you therefore are aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So did you read all of the testimony?
No, I would have skimmed it.
You would have skimmed the testimony?
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be the purpose to just skim it?
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So you just, I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it, you would look for what you want to focus on, and you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Garino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Garino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data.
Build it up.
Did you read, therefore, Trooper Garino's claim that the last...
Objection.
He didn't even finish the question.
Sure.
Brennan's just like, I'm just calling an objection. This is horrible for my kids. This is so bad.
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, he didn't even finish the question. Anybody else would be like, I didn't even finish the question. Like, you don't, what are you adjusting to? You don't even know what the question is.
You guys, this is so bad. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Oh, I know. I want to know what their faces were like too. Like, what, bro? I wish you would have said a number about how much Aperture got paid, but I bet it is well over $10,000.
I wanted a number
At least.
so bad. Because we all know that they get paid. Like everybody knows. Usually use that against the defense. It's so funny to see this being swapped, being put against the prosecution witness.
I don't have any problem with experts being paid, but when you're lying about your qualifications, and Shanka brought up a really good point. He's testified in court before. He literally said that on the stand.
Oh, a lot. He named off all the states.
This is a very big problem. This is a very, very big problem that is going on here.
Wow. I expected a good prompt. She told him she was going to give him free reign. So she should have just said, Brennan, sit down and shut up. You did this to yourself.
You did it to yourself, bro. I mean, this is also why they always voir dire experts before the trial begins, Bev. Like, I've seen it numerous times, because you can't just be like, oh, so-and-so has testified 10 times before, and that's good enough. That's not how it's supposed to go. Or at least I should say, I've never seen it go that way before, because this is what happens when experts aren't vetted. Like, you can win a whole appeal over expert testimony. There's a reason why you have to have certain qualifications to be an expert. And again, like, if he just had all the experience, great. But he lied about this for how many years? Apparently,
17.
Chat is saying he's changed his credentials based on cases he was testifying to and submitted it to the courts. So she put in our Discord server, which, by the way, if you guys want to join and see these, please do. You can find them under the trial chat. But his CV for a case he did in Texas just a few years ago, different. In a Texas court case filed in August 2023, Burgess provided his CV as part of the court record. In this one, he indicated the degree year as 2024. And a whole separate, this is a problem. This is crazy bad. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting this today either. How is it that every day gets worse and more baffling than the day before? In ways you can't even predict. This is insane. We'll never forget. Never forget. May 19th in the CV debacle. And thank you for posting those in the Discord, Angie. Really appreciate it. He should have brought his attorney too. Yeah.
George, we're just waiting a minute for something before
I would be
Feel free to
surprised
stand
if
up
he
and
has
stretch
a
if
job.
Trying to do this without
Me too.
having to step out of the courtroom.
Me too. Even if they knew that he didn't have those credentials, they'll fire him anyway just to throw him off the bus, because this makes Aperture look
bad. Oh yeah, that's why
so bad.
That's why I said, if you think he threw Aperture under the bus for this, there's no way they're not gonna. Yeah, we forgot we have room.
Oh, we're only a few minutes behind. I know, me too. Maybe.
I am gobsmacked. I was not prepared for today.
Oh, it's so good.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will show this to Mr. Brennan first, and then if the court would like to see
They are going to
he's got another
destroy Brennan's going to try to destroy Arca. This is war now. This is war now. I know.
I know. Wait till
good luck.
Terry. This is wild.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have this marked as...
Terry trying to get on jury duty for a real trial, or like for be on the real jury. This is better.
No worries.
We can talk about it.
Bev would be yelling at me for my facial expressions if I was on this jury. She'd be like, juror number 5, you need to stop rolling your eyes and sighing loudly, please. I'm the only one who's allowed to sigh loudly.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll be like this.
Sir, I'm handing you what has been marked as Exhibit ZZ for identification. Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please, when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it. If you could pick your head up, sir, and I'll proceed that time.
Oh my gosh. No worries. It's probably busy with work stuff, I guess.
Wow.
Crazy.
Well, at least it's not boring.
It's definitely not boring. I mean, this morning was boring.
I mean, I was going to say, like, I was sitting there saying, Alessi is kind of slow. No, he's not. He's not.
His
Not
first
today.
question to him was for him to say his own name and how it was spelled.
So I'm going to just ask one predicate question.
Circled right
and
back.
ask you another question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location, data, information?
Objection. I'll allow that without pursuing it.
That's the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
Did you consider this part of Trooper Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
It's very noisy outside of my house. I don't know. They better not be starting construction. I'm going to be so mad.
On December, we're going to move on now to another topic, sir.
Okay.
On December
Don't be
5th,
eager.
2020,
It's not
December
gonna get
5th,
better.
2024, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand-delivered the infotainment and telematics module to our office in South Lake.
Exactly. So he delivered the infotainment module containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination so that you could attempt to reinstall it in Miss Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day you initially attempted an in-vehicle acquisition, meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Miss Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th, for clarification.
And that was on December 7th?
Correct.
And that was December 7th of 2024?
Correct.
You conducted this same testing on an exemplar vehicle, and to be clear, exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased?
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
They
So
bought a
Aperture
whole
purchased
Lexus?
it,
Oh, they paid more than
and it's a vehicle, as I
$10,000.
understand, you testified that's similar to the vehicle of Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of exemplar vehicle.
Sure.
And so you conducted this same testing on the exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematics systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. But in this case, with Miss Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematics systems, correct?
Correct.
On Miss Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not respond as expected, correct?
Correct.
So instead, you took the micro SD card itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly, correct?
Correct.
Lexus locks cards in its system, correct?
It does, yes.
If Lexus thought it was appropriate to access those cards, do you know whether or not they would have them unlocked? Do you know?
I do not know.
Now,
I'm going to let the answers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to cover a basic question. Do you have any citation to any scientific literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before? Has it ever been done before, do you know?
No, not on this specific model, which is why we did the exemplar testing.
Right. So there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all, correct?
There's literature that addresses the methodology in other ways, but not specific to this Lexus, correct?
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There's no literature about this appropriate Lexus model, correct?
Let's talk about your initial report of January 30th of 2025. You issued your initial analysis and report on January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Your report included a general timeline analysis. You used that phrase, timeline analysis, that you stated could impact, quote, event reconstruction. Do I have that right? Your January 30th, 2025 report does not discuss a collision, does it?
No, not in my report, no.
As a matter of fact, your January 30th, 2025 report doesn't even use the word collision, does it?
Correct, because I'm looking at data from the infotainment and telematics module.
But the report of January 30th, 2025 does not even contain the word collision in it, correct?
I believe it does in the background portion, which would be on page 2 or 3, which would just be restating the, if you'd mind if I can look at my report?
Oh, please.
Sure.
Go ahead.
No, so I apologize. The word that was used was incident.
Right.
Correct.
But you don't use the word collision at all in your January 30th, 2025 report.
That is correct.
I appreciate you checking that, sir.
It really helps me out. Thank you. It's great.
Also, and please keep your report handy, your January 30th, 2025 report does not in any way detail the timing of what you now call a text stream event at all, correct?
No, it does not.
So in your January 30th, 2025 report, you refer to it as an incident, and in your May 8th report, you refer to it as a text stream event, correct?
That would be referring to two different things.
Right, but did you use the Parlance text stream event at all in your January 30th, 2025 report?
No, I did not.
But you're using it now, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the same event, right?
Correct.
In fact, your analysis and conclusions were limited in your January 30th, 2025 report to generally identifying a clock skew between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Miss Reed's infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
On January 30th, 2025, you engaged in no further analysis to determine whether precisely the 1162.2 text stream event that you now call it occurred, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I was not asked to at that time. I was just asked to look at the general timeline and consistency of the timestamps.
So, back in January 30th, 2025, you were not asked to engage in analysis to determine when precisely the 1162.2 text stream event occurred. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is based on the common concept that, a lot of cases that we work, there is clock skew, but we do not have events to precisely determine what that clock skew is.
Understood. So, wasn't your goal, however, on January 30th, 2025, to determine the correct timeline of events relative to this incident? Wasn't that your goal?
It was my goal to determine the data from the infotainment and telematics modules that were missed in the initial download, and create a timeline and consistency of those timestamps.
So, your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
And that timeline, among other uses, was to be for your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, to use that in his analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew not only what your purpose was, but you knew what your work was going to be used for by Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Well, I knew it was going to be provided, yes.
Well, you knew it was going to be provided. Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
How many times have you talked to him?
I would count a handful of times.
And just give me a general idea of the nature of the discussions between you and Dr. Welcher. You're both working on the same, quote, incident, right?
Sure, yes.
What would have been the nature of those discussions?
So those discussions would have been identifying what I found on the infotainment and telematics modules, and discussing, explaining that data to Dr. Welcher.
So, did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for what you now call a text stream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right, so you knew that for the 1162.2 text stream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that text stream event 1162.2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that.
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that text stream 1162.2 text stream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right. I understand what you're saying, yes.
What term would you use?
Sure. So based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
And that text stream event, that 1162.2, is what Aperture is contending is a time of a collision. Is that correct, to your knowledge?
That's sustained on that. Ask it differently, Mr. West.
Do you know the purpose of the 1162.2 text stream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis and all these timelines that you talked about on direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry, I misspoke. So it would be to timeline the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that text stream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
Right.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work
Correct.
with regard to Dr. Welcher's work.
Correct.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162.1 and the 1162.2 text stream event an important aspect of the work of Aperture in this case?
Yes, it is.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you in your January 30th, 2025 report to not discuss your work in connection with the text stream 1162.1 and the 1162.2 events?
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162.1 and 1162.2 events, in your first report in January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct.
But you did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Ooh, he's what?
Correct.
He's about to have his
So
moment, guys.
after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd, after the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report,
Correct.
right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
Here it comes.
Come on, Leslie, you got me there. You got to push me over.
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what it was in your first report, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back to see exactly what you did, sir.
Sure.
Let's start with the basics.
Oh, gosh.
You said on direct examination, sir, that you prepared your May 8th report on your own initiative. Those were your words on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Let's read it, Leslie.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
Okay.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan.
Oh.
You see that?
Oh,
Yes, I do.
bestie.
Pursuant to your request. That's the request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
You're explaining the May 8th report in your language pursuant to your request as a cut and paste from a previous report?
Yes, I am.
Do you cut and paste important information from one report to the other without checking it for accuracy?
I copy and paste certain portions.
Do you ever review what you cut and paste to see if it's accurate?
Yes.
You didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
No, I did not think it was significant.
Oh, you don't think it's significant, sir, that the matter is in the middle of a trial and there's a request for a new report after testimonies occurred in that trial? You don't think that's important?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you prepare the new report then?
Sure. So there was a claim from a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. DeSogra of trying to adjust clock syncs or making clock adjustments based on the synchronization of certain events. That was produced in March. Upon reviewing that, my initial thoughts were to address that in testimony. But as I was preparing for trial, I made the decision that it needed to be better addressed in a supplemental report.
But you understand that the report that you're referring to, that's the report of Mr. Soger, correct?
It is a presentation of Mr. DeSogra.
It's
correct.
a presentation. You understand his presentation merely was responding to the work that you did, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So your belief is that Mr. DeSoger's report didn't address at all what you had done?
Partially, yes, but no.
Okay, but let's cover the basics. You agree that Mr. DeSogra addressed, at least in part, the work that you had done?
He tried to address, yes.
Right. So do you know the date of Mr. DeSoger's report as March 5th? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, that's what I
So
said.
you had Mr. DeSogra's report that you claim was the basis for you on your own in the middle of this trial, creating and submitting a new report. You claim that the basis for that was Mr. DeSogra's report of March 5th of 2025.
That is correct.
You waited 2 months to do that?
Again, my initial thoughts were to address it on testimony.
My question, sir, is not your thoughts. Just, did you wait 2 months?
Just let him finish the answer.
My question, sir, finish it how you'd like.
Sure. So
2 months, was it 2 months between March 5th and when you submitted your report on May 8th? Was that 2 months?
yes, it is.
So, did you know when this trial was going to start, sir? Generally?
Yes.
Shut up, Angie.
Do you think it's fair to submit a report without anybody asking you in the middle of a trial?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
As we've been discussing, you issued a brand new report, in this case dated May 8th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That changed your analysis, correct?
No, it did not change my analysis.
Were there changes to your analysis in it?
There were clarifications.
Thank you, Angie.
Clarifications.
Correct.
Let's address that. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you did not mention text stream event at all, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't mention collision at all, correct?
No, I did not.
And you mentioned both of those now in your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
I don't know if I've mentioned collision. I'd have to go to my report and look.
But you certainly do mention text stream events, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you label them 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
That's a change from your first report, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a change. It's a supplement.
Oh, so your definition is that when you add something to a report, it's not a change, it's a supplement?
Did you learn that
yes.
getting your bachelor's degree in imaginary land? Will words mean different things? I think so. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Who
I have to
did
go
you
pick up my
speak to
kid.
regarding the May 8th, 2025 report before you prepared it?
And no one before I prepared it.
So you just prepared it on your own?
I did.
Oh.
Did you have any communications at all? I asked you who you spoke with, but did you have any communications at all with either Detective Lieutenant Tully or
Sir,
Lieutenant?
just throw them under the bus right now.
So I did
Just
reach
throw
out
them
to
under the
Tully
bus.
to get a full set of the location data, yes.
So you reached out to Detective Tully before you prepared your May 8th?
Sir, I would have done the same thing.
Yes, that is
Sell
correct.
all of them out. Abort, abort, abort.
No, not during that conversation, no.
That's not the first communication you had with Detective Tully, was it?
No, it's not.
How many conversations have you had with Detective Tully?
I would say a handful.
How much is a handful?
Yeah, I would be speculating, but we'll say 5 to 10.
5 to 10.
Ask a woman,
Sure.
we'll tell you.
Is Detective Tully expert at all in digital forensics?
No.
Okay.
But you've had 5 to 10 conversations with him.
Correct, to get provided information.
Dun, 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 dun.
Bro.
At any
Star Wars
time,
stuff.
has anybody from the Commonwealth had a discussion with you relative to your January 30th, 2025 report or your May 8th, 2025 report about keeping flexible the timelines for any events in this case?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussions at all regarding the May 8th, 2025 report you prepared in the middle of this trial with anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
When did you have those discussions?
That would have been on, probably May 7th when I reached out to Mr. Brennan.
So you reached out to Mr.
On
Brennan
May 7th.
on May 7th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That's before May 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Oh.
So before you sent that report in, you had a discussion with Mr. Brennan about it, am I correct?
Correct.
What was that discussion about?
That was just a discussion over the data and what the report said.
Oh. Oh.
So you were discussing with Mr. Brennan what was going to be in your report, including data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
Oh.
Did you tell Mr. Brennan that you were going to be submitting the report shortly to him on May 8th?
Yes.
Did you agree to a time when you would submit that report?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him when you were going to submit it?
No, I did not.
But after the conversation on May 7th, you discussed with him that you had either pretty close to finalize the report. It's a pretty extensive report, right?
Correct.
So on May 7th, you were pretty well along the way in that report, correct?
Correct.
Did you let Mr. Brennan know?
Yes.
So he knew the nature of the report. He knew how far along you were with it.
Correct.
Did you have any other calls with anybody from the prosecution's office other than that about your May 8th report?
No, I don't believe so.
That was another piece of his
Did you
soul
have any
being ripped
texts
out.
with anybody about your May 8th report?
No.
Did you communicate with anybody else about your upcoming May 8th report?
No, I would have provided a copy to Dr. Welcher.
Your colleague?
Correct.
So Dr. Welcher knew you were working on this report, correct?
He knew I submitted the report. I don't know if he knew I was working on the report.
Did he know you were going to submit the report before you submitted it?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Did he know what was going to be in the report?
Yes, he did.
Did he support the fact that you were going to submit a report in the middle of trial?
I can't speak for Dr. Welcher.
But he knew you were going to do it.
Correct.
Did he say anything, don't do that? Or did he have any comment about the fact you were going to submit it?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Not that you recall, so is it possible he did comment on whether you should submit it in the middle of trial?
No, he would not have commented on whether I should have submitted it or not.
How many times in your career, sir, have you submitted a supplemental or amended report in the middle of trial?
This would be the only one that I recall.
So this is the only time. How many years have you been doing this?
Approximately 10 years.
And so approximately 10 years, this is the first time you've submitted a amended supplemental report in the middle of a trial.
A supplemental report, correct.
As you call it, a supplemental report in the middle of trial.
Correct.
Sir. Ugh. Yikes.
Do you know a person by the name of Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
You say you're familiar with the name. Are you more than familiar with his name? Are you familiar with his work?
I'm familiar with his report in this case, yes.
So you're familiar with his work if you're familiar with his report, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, Bobby. You'll be listening in the car.
Were you given do you know that Mr. Whiffen has testified in this trial?
Thanks, babe.
No, I do not.
Thanks for being on.
And with regard to
See you on the other
Mr.
side.
Whiffen's report, did you read it?
Yes, I did read his report.
And that would be of interest to you, correct? That's why you read it?
Correct.
Because Mr. Whiffen's report, and are we talking about Mr. Whiffen's January 2025 report or his March 2025 report? Are you aware there's two of them?
No, I'm not.
Do you know which one you're referring to?
That would be the January report.
So the January 2025 report, are you aware that there's just a couple minor differences between the two reports, or you're just not aware of it?
I'm not aware of either way.
Assume there's very minor differences with the reports. Mr. Whiffen's reports contain information and some detailed, they're long reports, right?
Yes, they are.
So Mr. Whiffen's report contains information about the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the location data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the phone calls in Mr. O'Keefe's report, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the temperature of the battery in the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
It has some timelines in that report, correct?
Correct.
And those timelines have very specific events that are represented in the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it's got location data and times that you have used in your report and PowerPoint presentation here, correct?
Correct.
When did you receive the report of Mr. Whiffen with regard to the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So I would have received his report sometime in January.
So 4 months ago, you had the report of Mr. Whiffen with substantial information about the types of databases you can find in the iPhone, location data, health data, phone calls, and a timeline, among other information, correct?
Correct.
You had all that information.
Correct.
And you had GPS location data in that report regarding Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
Yes.
SQLite? Yes.
SQLite, yeah.
I'm glad y'all talked me into this.
And
This is wild.
An SQLite database is one of the many databases that are contained within an iPhone, including Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on your direct that you have general knowledge about cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And you say you've got certifications with regard to cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And your certifications include being able to read, celebrate, and apply the Celebrite tool, correct?
Correct.
And you have certifications that allow you to apply and utilize magnet forensics, like, for example, their Axiom program, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that in your career. You've applied those tools before this case, correct?
Correct.
And you've applied those tools after your work in this case. You apply them pretty much frequently, correct?
Correct.
So the tools, the databases in an iPhone, and all the location data, etc., that was all information you had and you knew and had FASO with back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you had access to the XQ Life database because you had Mr. Whiffin's report, correct?
Correct. I had the report, yes.
You had the report. Do you recall on your direct testimony saying that one of the reasons that you did this supplemental report on May 8th was you got new information or more information about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes, correct.
You had that information through Mr. Whiffin's report back in January of 2025, didn't you, sir?
Correct. I had the report. I did not have the data.
Well, didn't Mr. Whiffin's report discuss location in a pretty detailed manner?
Yes, it did.
And didn't he use GPS location data in that report?
Yes, he did.
So why wouldn't you have it?
And you had that in January 4 months ago, correct?
Correct.
And you read it 4 months ago.
Correct.
Yet you still submitted a report on May 8th in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a digital forensic analyst named Jessica Hyde?
I am familiar with the name, yes.
You know she's working on this case on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Yes, I think I have heard that in conversations.
Have you read any of her reports?
No, I have not.
So you're aware she's working on the case, but you're not aware of whether she's issued reports in this case.
Correct.
So you're not aware whether she has issued reports that mention about GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for her reports?
No, I did not.
Did anybody ever tell you or comment to you whether your analysis is consistent or inconsistent with the reports of Mr. Whiffin or Ms. Hyde?
No.
Did you watch their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did you learn of their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did anyone from law enforcement or any other aspect of the Commonwealth provide you with any summary of their testimony?
No, they did not.
But you had access to Mr. Whiffin's report with regard to his analysis and the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Oh boy. You guys believe him, Chet? I don't.
Having read Mr. Whiffin's January 2025 report,
I love that you work on dollhouses. I love it.
you know that his report contains statements about
What do you guys think?
another activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
No, not after the time period, no.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
Totally, Angie. You think she's like, fuck, this is gonna look so bad for me.
Let's take a look at your January 30th, 2025 report.
Oh boy.
Well, we'll come back to that. I'll do that in an order that makes a little bit more logical sense.
Meaning I'll come back to it tomorrow.
You've mentioned, and just to cover the foundational parts, that you're not the only employee of Aperture that's been hired to testify as a witness on behalf of the Commonwealth in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Your colleague, Judson Welcher, Dr. Judson Welcher, has also been retained by the Commonwealth through Aperture, correct?
That is correct.
Justin Welcher, Dr. Welcher, is a biomechanical engineer, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher holds any professional certifications?
Oh boy.
I do not know.
Oh boy.
Does Dr. Welcher's expertise extend beyond your own?
It is a different discipline than my own, yes.
So it's a different discipline. So it could be horizontally extended, and it also can be vertically extended depending upon the subject matter?
Sure.
That's a fair statement?
Sure.
Your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who is an engineer, did opine on the timing of the TechStream event 1162-2 in his report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
Objection. Is the objection sustained?
I'll reword it, Your Honor. Do you know whether Dr. Welcher opined on the timing of TechStream event 1162-2 in his January 30th, 2025 report?
Yes.
So you do know.
Yes.
What is the timing of the TechStream event 1162-2 in the January 30th report of Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection. So why don't I see you at sidebars?
Okay. Don't forget, we can sit through this. Oh, I really need to go to the bathroom before the end of the day. Let's see how far they've gotten. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Oh, there's this ceiling fan. Oh, this whole guy's life is ruined today. Oh boy. Are any of you guys find it incredible? Because I sure as hell ain't. It's crazy to me if anyone is. No, well, I'm not going to judge. If somebody in chat feels that way, please don't think I'm going to judge you. But it's just like, I need to know why you feel that way. Because I can't, it's not processing in my brain. So if you feel that way, there's nothing wrong with it. I just need to know why.
You're aware that Dr. Welcher created a PowerPoint presentation with regard to his work in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss that work with Dr. Welcher that he was doing?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any of his work at any point, including up to the point where you're sitting on the stand today?
I have reviewed the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's presentation.
Okay. In the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's report include, those slides you're referring to are the slides of Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Correct.
And the slides that are in Mr. DeSogra's report about Dr. Welcher that slide discusses the 1162-2 TechStream event, correct?
Correct.
So you have looked at, albeit through Mr. DeSogra, you have looked at the slide that Dr. Welcher had in his report regarding the TechStream event 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. And court reporter?
AAA for identification.
Okay.
Thank you. May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. May I remain here for a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Burgess, if
Yes.
you could take a look at what has
I
been
traded
marked
out
for
my regular
identification
juice for
is
some adult juice,
AAA.
if you know what I mean.
Can you
Because
tell me, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, whether you recognize that slide?
Yes, I do recognize that slide.
And sir, what do you recognize that slide as?
So it is a slide that states a number of times associated with text stream event 1162-2, which would be the second event.
And did you consider this exhibit AAA in your preparation of a response to Mr. DeSogra's March 5th, 2025 presentation?
Yes, I did.
I offer this into evidence, Your Honor, AAA for identification.
Okay.
yes, I'm so glad everybody's watching this with us together. This is crazy. Oh, you want the whole report
Your
in?
Honor, I have no need to put, the report's 143 pages.
So I'm going to let this in, and I haven't decided yet about the whole 143 pages.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fair enough,
It
Your
is
Honor.
adult beverage.
And
Right?
I reoffer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is crazy.
Exhibit 188.
Could someone provide me with that 143 page today, please?
Me too.
Sorry, what were you asking for?
We can-
For a copy for me of that 143 pages before we leave today.
Before we leave, we'll get it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One way or another.
One way or another.
Yes.
You can, please.
Hold on, was it marked?
It was, it's 188.
What number?
188.
Thank you.
May I present it back to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Because she shouldn't be embarrassed. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. He should have been vetted as an expert before trial. Again, I don't know if he was, but clearly I don't think he was. And that is kind of on her. Because I've seen many other judges in trials where that exact thing happens.
Sir, you now have what is in evidence as Exhibit 188 for identification. I draw your attention, and this is the slide that you considered in responding to Mr. DeSogra, correct?
In response to Mr. DeSogra's analysis of this slide, yes, correct.
And this slide, to be clear, is a slide prepared by your colleague at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, could you please read the time that Dr. Welcher states for the infotainment, for when infotainment trigger 1162-2 occurred?
So that would be text stream trigger, just for clarification, but yes, I can.
Well, let's go to that. You use the parlance text stream trigger. Dr. Welcher uses infotainment trigger, but it's 1162-2. You both use 1162-2, correct?
Correct. And I think that may be a misunderstanding of how he's worded it.
Well, Your Honor, I'd actually move to strike that about what Dr. Welcher, I'm just going to what the document says.
I'm just going to leave it, but go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the document says that the infotainment trigger 1162-2 occurred at approximately 12:31:38, correct?
Correct.
And that it ended at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
So we've got the trigger, according to Dr. Welcher, as of recently as January 30th, 2025, starting at 12:31:38 and ending at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, according to the Lexus clock.
Right.
Yes.
So now let's go down to what says below. Per report from Ian Whiffen, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, quote, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 12:32:09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. You see that, sir?
I do.
And did I read that correctly?
You did, with the caveat, that's according to the iPhone clock.
Right, but in any event, that's what Dr. Welcher states on his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you know, sir, that the iPhone data reported by Mr. Whiffen that you read, that Dr. Welcher references, do you know that report of Ian Whiffen says there was an end of a health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43?
Yes.
And you know that?
Yes, with the caveat those clocks have not been adjusted.
But you know that there was a end of health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
Just stating the comparison. So now what I'd like to do is to move on with regard to the analysis. So in Dr. Welcher wrote this, the slide he presented, it's dated January 30th of 2025, correct?
It's not dated here.
It's not dated,
yes.
but do you know that Dr. Welcher created a report of January 30th, 2025?
I do know he created a report. Correct.
Right, and that's the same date as your report, correct? Your
Correct.
first report.
Correct.
So you both submitted your reports on the same date. They're both dated the same at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the same, yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffen's report.
Okay.
Run, Shrunka, run.
You said you've read Mr. Whiffen's report, correct?
Correct.
So you know that Mr. Whiffen states that there was a pocket state detected on the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe at 12:33:14, correct?
Objection. So the same, I'm going to strike it, do it the same way, Mr. Lassie, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Are you aware of whether Mr. Whiffen has put in the report you read a timestamp for detecting pocket states of Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that in the report at all?
I am aware of that in the report, yes.
Do you know when Mr. Whiffen has noted a pocket state detected of Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Do you know?
Sorry, guys.
So, Mr. Lassie, why don't you show it?
That's what I was going to do. I will, Your Honor. And if we could put it up, we've got it, that's already in evidence on the screen.
Let him do his job, Bev.
Okay.
It's already in evidence in screen.
So are you talking about Mr. Whiffen's report, or you?
Correct, but well, you know what? I'm going to show him the report, Your Honor. I'll do it the way you
Oof,
suggest.
that's a good question, Leading Gray.
Sir, do you recall the specific time
I
that
hear it's hard.
Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket states detected for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I have not.
If I showed you a report of Mr. Whiffen, might that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket state detected? Would that help you?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm going to endeavor to do that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have it, Your Honor, if we could have a moment.
All I know is we're going to have a spicy morning tomorrow. Oh, boy. I mean, he hasn't even said that his times are wrong yet, right? I don't know. My mind is so blown right now. I'm forgetting. Probably. Because this is bad. So bad. Remind me after we're done, though, I do have some news about another case involving Brian Walsh. We talked about him earlier. Remind me to show you the tweet that the wonderful Lady in Gray sent me. No, Lady in Gray, I'm so sorry to hear that. Of course, the one time, right? It couldn't have been this morning's boring testimony, of course. You've missed most of this elbow feed? Oh my gosh, you are going to lose your mind. Babe, it is wild. You're going to have to watch it when you get home. And I feel like while I'm recording Diddy, I'm going to have to pause a lot because you're just going to be yelling at the bedroom. It's absolutely bonkers. Oh, probably. He's a smarty pants. It's crazy. There's no way. There's no way he's bringing him back for rebuttal.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages
Oh.
out of the report of Mr. Whitfield.
I forgot my camera was on.
And we've been
I turned it off because I had to sneeze.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line because it's the heading, and then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to a column of pocket state with regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see you sidebar for 2 minutes.
Okay.
For 2 minutes, because it's almost 4, so we need to wrap it up. Ooh, we went into the Matrix. Ooh. Oh, elbow feet. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This guy, Alessi, literally spent an hour calling him out on his CB because somebody wasn't telling the truth about his experience. Oh my God, everything about this is just so bad. There's so many things. There's so many things. It's hard to even focus on one because everything is so bad. Oh, and that's right. He didn't just come up with this new report on his own. Oh, no. And an email with Brennan. Brennan already knew it was coming for 4 days and then acted like, oh, shocked Pikachu to Auntie Bev and being like, oh, we just got this. This is shocking, brand new information. It was not. It was not.
Jurors, this seems like a good place to break for the day. We thought maybe we'd get a few more minutes, but I understand. So for the same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be careful with your social media use. We will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
All rise.
We'll hang around to see if the lawyers have anything to argue about. Oh, Mom, you missed most of the morning and early afternoon. Just pick up where Alessi came on, which is after lunch. Oh, boy. Oh, freaking boy. Yeah. It's bad news bears. Yeah, just start with the cross. I mean, everything beforehand, it doesn't make any sense. We all sat here before lunch being like, what did he even just say? This timeline doesn't match up. This is weird. Okay.
Jury's left the room.
All right.
Ooh. What are we going to talk about?
So are we all set, Mr. Alessi, on this issue and for each time that might occur?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
What issue?
All right. So we'll see you tomorrow.
What? What issue, though? Damn it. Oh, boo. Boo. Oh, man. That's really, my face is really big here. Look at that. My eyeliner did stay on all day. I bought some good makeup. Anyway, what a freaking wild afternoon it's been. This morning was not a wild morning. It was very like, why are we even here? This is so embarrassing for the Commonwealth. This is so freaking embarrassing. Aperture is supposed to be their equivalent of ARCA. All right. This is a joke. This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't wait for it tomorrow either. Because you know, our hero, Mr. Alessi, gonna watch all this shit back today and come up with even more questions for him tomorrow. Just gonna eat him alive. So for those of you who didn't, I'll do my best to summarize, but like really, there's so much wrong with everything. My brain's not even processing it because it's like there's no way what you heard could have been real. And then it is. You're like, how bad can each witness be? Oh, it turns out they can get worse. Okay. So Mr. Burgess works for Aperture. He says on his CV that he is in pursuit of a bachelor's degree from the University of Alabama. Hold on, let me get rid of all my stuff here. Okay. So he says, oh yeah, I'm pursuing my bachelor's degree in, what was it? Science or math and business. I don't know. General science degree, right? Turns out the University of Alabama doesn't even have a degree in that area of studies. And he was like, oh, I just meant general studies. Okay. They traced his CV through LinkedIn and other, like when he submitted to other courts. And as far as early of 2018, he said he had a bachelor's degree. He does not have one. He doesn't have one at all. So he's basically lied on his CV, lied in his LinkedIn, completely, unless he spends an hour just making this guy dig his own grave as politely as one can. It's basically what happened. This guy is definitely losing his job because not only did he embarrass himself, he also embarrassed Aperture, the company. And this guy has testified in numerous other trials in various states. That's what he said when Brennan was questioning him. Okay. And it's been shown that he would adjust his CV and say that he had graduated depending on the case he was covering. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Usually, in all the trials I've seen, the expert witnesses are put on the stand in voir dire before trial even starts. Sometimes it is when the trial is going on, and that's usually because the person can't fly out pre-trial. But either way, it happens well before they get on the stand. And the fact that Bev did not allow a voir dire, this is all on her. This humiliating and embarrassing testimony is on her, 100%. Oh my gosh, what else did he do, you guys? Oh, so many things. He said, I just came up with this new report on my own on May 8th. Nobody asked me. I just did it because some other stuff like came out or whatever. And no, not true. Also not true, because he said that in the email to Brennan, they had talked about how they had already talked. So no, you just didn't write this up on your own. And in his testimony with his timeline, he says the first triggering event, the 3-point turn, happened at 12:21, 10 minutes before other experts testified that thing happened. So his timeline is just like not even close to being what not only we've heard from like Whiffen and other experts, but from like Jen McCabe, from the people who are all sitting in that truck, like Nagel, and I can't remember the other girl's name that was in there. Anyway, it was a mess. We were all just sitting there like, what is even happening right now? Today was amazing, right? Let's see. Oh yeah, he didn't know. So apparently there's a woman, Maggie Gaffney, I think was Gaffrey. Hold on, I'll tell you what her name is. I shouldn't. Gaffney. Maggie Gaffney apparently pulled a lot of the info from the car, the computer boards. I don't know what you call it. That's not my forte here. Anyway, she pulled all this information, right? And in direct, he's like, oh yeah, she didn't gather all the information, and so I had to pull some other chips or whatever. Turns out he confused megabits and megabytes, and all the information was there. So that's a big problem when like this is your job and you don't even know the difference. Now, do I know the difference? No. But you know what else I'm not? Claiming to be a freaking expert about this shit and going on stand. So it doesn't matter if I know it or not. This guy should know it, and he did it. And then what did he say? Oh, it was just a misinterpretation or an error. That's what his excuse was, even for his own CV that he was in charge of doing. He was like, oh, yeah, that degree, that was an error in my part. I've been trying for a bachelor's degree for 17 years. You guys, I don't even think he's been going to school. I don't think that at all. Because don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with people taking their time to get degrees, especially like the older you get, you have more responsibilities. And so it may take you longer to get your degree, and that's totally fine. I actually do not believe that he's even attended. Like, he probably went to University of Alabama for like a semester. And I guess just thinking about getting your your bachelor's is pursuing, I guess, in his definition of words. Anyway, just craziness. Absolutely craziness. Let's see. He did his supplemental report just on his own. Yes, no one on the company looked at it. He didn't have any peer reviews, literally freaking nothing with this guy. Oh yeah, and then he covered up the info that she did collect, the Gaffney lady, and just was like, it wasn't very useful. I'm like, okay, nothing you said has been useful, sir, but okay, sure. So many errors. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. Hi, babes. Oh, Tom. I can't believe he didn't come in ranting and raving. He must be listening intently to me. And on a 30-second delay. Llama doesn't do names. I mean, I do. I try. But, yeah, no, thanks, babe. Thank you. I can't tell if he's listening to me in real time or if he's behind. I'm going to go with he's behind because he hasn't responded yet. Oh, no, he's right there. Oh, he's just trying to be quiet because I'm live. Oh, look at him learning, you guys. Isn't he great?
Oh, I'm going to be so disruptive all night for P. Diddy, so.
Oh, is that the part you just...
Huh?
Is that the part you just listened to?
No, but I will be.
Oh, yeah, you're going to love it.
Just because of what you just said.
You're going to love it.
I'm learning.
You're learning. Oh, you're so sweet. Anyway, yeah, so it was just a mess. This guy is probably going to get off the stand and find out he's fired. Angie did say that now they had taken his resume on the Aperture site and wrote, what did she say? Not for expert something. Do you think he's going to show up back tomorrow? I mean, he's subpoenaed to be there, right? Like, he kind of has to show up. I don't know. I don't know if he realizes yet how bad all of this is for him. I don't know if it's even clicked yet for him. I do feel a little bad for him because, oh boy, the internet's going to eat this guy alive. But he did kind of do it to himself a little bit. So I only feel like this much bad. Yeah, this is supposed to be their main people. All right. They were not around for the first trial. And they're supposed to come in like friggin', white knights to save the day for the Commonwealth. And this is what they brought. And who even knows how much money they spent on these people? So it's not only him, but it's the doctor too, which means it is well over $10,000.
Don't feel bad for him. Don't feel bad. He is lying.
I know.
He's lying on people's names, getting people locked up into prison.
I know, babe.
Right?
Like, it's just hard to watch.
When these people
hard to watch.
Okay, people mess up their jobs. It has real world consequences for other people.
I know, babe. I know. Thank you.
Sorry, everybody.
He's very passionate. I love his.
It's called righteous indignation.
Anyway,
indignation.
It's still hard to watch. It's still very hard to watch. Yes, what Elbow Feet said. Yeah, I know, but oh, yikes. What was I gonna say though? It is weird because I'm hearing myself in the bathroom. But
sorry, I like listening to you when I make it. When I shower.
That's okay. I just heard myself in the bathroom go, anyway. Oh my goodness. He's not wrong. But anyway, what was I going to say about this guy? Oh, geez. I don't know. I think that he's not going to have a job come tomorrow. And, yeah, he's testified in numerous other trials and his CV is not accurate. He literally turned that in as a court document, which I'm curious to know if there is legal consequences for that. Because he submitted it to the courts, like lying to the courts. Is there? I feel like that might be not so great. Yeah, I like him. I keep him around. He's wicked smart and hot. That way he can hear that 30 seconds from now. Because there's a delay. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, this is so bad. So bad for the prosecution. And then Alessi included some questioning. Because he knows that, what was his name? Dr. Judson Welcher, who is apparently the vice president of Aperture or whatever. He's going to be probably on the stand next. He just called me a weed whacker. Anyway, some of his questions were, he's already getting into the jury's mind of do we trust these people? Oh my gosh. Yes, other courts replied on his testimony too, and insurance companies, and oh my gosh, what a freaking mess. Yes, Lisa Lee, court is over, sadly, because the last couple hours has been amazing. But he'll be back on the stand tomorrow, and Alessi will still be on cross tomorrow, and he has a lot still to go over. Oh, gosh. Oh, this poor fool giving Alessi, 12 plus hours to come back and bury you deeper. It's a lot. Yes, babe. Doctors do go to school longer than people without a bachelor's, correct? Yes. So this Dr. Judson Welcher should be better, but we don't really know what his doctorate's in, they did say, biomechanical engineering, I feel like they said, which I was like, okay. I feel like that's what they said his degree was in. Anyway, this whole thing is a shit show. I cannot believe it gets worse every day. Worse. How did Brennan think that this was his best chance here? I don't understand. To go up against Arca, who, remember, Arca came in the first trial because the federal government hired them when they did their investigation into the Massachusetts State Police. All right, so Brennan knows that they're up against Arca, who's so, reputable. And Dr. Whoop is something. He looks smart and pretty. But Brennan thought, you know what? Yeah, this is the best shot we got. This is great. Like, if I was the people of Canton, and even though they haven't said how much money they spent just on these guys alone, they bought a Lexus to run a test. You know that the people of Massachusetts paid for this. Crazy. Every day we just keep learning that we, myself in chat, all of you, we are overqualified for all these jobs, is what I've learned. I shouldn't worry that I don't have a degree and that I don't have that big of a resume. Apparently, I can get a job at freaking anywhere. I can be an expert in courts, and it's fine. Ugh, crazy. Reasonable doubt is screaming from the gavel. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. Arca is on a whole nother level. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. So Thursday and Friday and Monday. So Thursday's a half day. No court on Friday and no court on Monday because it's Memorial Day weekend. And so I was thinking of still streaming anyway to hang out with you guys because I love hanging out with you every day and I don't really have anything else to do, to be quite honest. But I thought, we could watch past testimony. Do you think Arca? Should we watch the Arca from the first testimony? Anyway, you guys leave all the comments everywhere. Let me know what you guys want to watch from the previous trial. Maybe we'll put a poll out, not here in this chat, but on our YouTube community page. Oh, but then you can only click one thing. I don't know. Just let me know what you guys really want to watch on those days, because Arca is coming in with new stuff on top of whatever they testified in trial one. So Brennan isn't going to be able to rattle Arca at all, and their CV is immaculate. Yeah, right. No way. No way. Did Hank have a bad idea? Oh, he had the worst of ideas, Lisa Lee. The worst. The worst. I loved watching this with all of you as well. What a fun group we have. I love it. I love it. You guys we just hang out all day and we're all fun and get along. And that's just really awesome. I hope people are leaving bad reviews on Google. Please don't do that. For what? Aperture? And yeah, see, I don't like when people do that. I do not like when people get together on the internet and go after someone's career, and they do this all the time. And it's not okay. You know why? Because you yourself don't have any experience with that company. I do not like that kind of funny business. So please don't do that. All right, they're all ready. Oh, that thing I was going to show you. Oh, that's right. Hold on. Let me find it here. Okay, so Lady in Gray sent this to me in Discord, and this is from Aiden Kearney, aka Turtle Boy. Okay, said just when this day couldn't get crazier, Brian Walsh's attorney is looking to throw out all of his incriminating Google searches due to the Norfolk DA's office newfound determination that Celebrate reports are not accurate. They were willing to let an alleged wife killer go free. You guys, we talked about this when Ian Whiffen testified. And we learned, the search thing, their excuses they made for Jen that they took away. Celebrate took that feature away because of how inaccurate it is. And we brought up Brian Walsh. If you don't know that story, check it out after we're done here. He allegedly murdered his wife and dismembered her body, and they haven't found it. But his Google search history for that 12 hours is insane. It is the craziest Google search history I think I've ever read. Oh my gosh, sir, you are ridiculous. But if I remember right, the lead investigator for his case is who? Who is it? Oh, disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. I believe. I'm like 80% sure Michael Proctor. I definitely know what's his name? Nicholas Garino, the data collecting guy. I feel like he was on this one too. Anyway, yikes. Right? That's the things we've learned so far. I've learned so far from the Karen Reed trial is, Celebrate, not as reliable as one thinks. Timestamps, not as reliable as one thinks. Or at least that's what they're telling us to believe, is that none of that's reliable. And if the person interpreting this data doesn't know these things, and it's used all the time, I think literally almost every single trial I've watched, Celebrate has been used. I don't even know if I can think of one that it wasn't used in. Maybe, I don't think Daryl Brooks had Celebrate, but it's just crazy. Oh, I took myself off. Oops. This is a problem. That's a problem. Whoever this guy was an expert on in their trials, problem. Yeah, don't trash Arbiter over this guy. They'll take care of themselves. Yeah, it's not looking great for them in general. So let's not do that. Well, you're welcome, Lady in Gray. Yes, thank you to my mods and all of the viewers who have been in and out all day and making comments. Love it. I love this community so much. It's best to act like a juror at this point. Grace and truth go hand in hand. Yeah, I mean, I'll straight up say it. If I was on this jury, I would put not guilty. And I'm not even saying that because I think she's innocent. I don't even know. It's just, there is so much reasonable doubt from the horrible investigations, from people constantly lying or trying to deceive and hide things. For what reason, I still don't know for some of them. But this is more than enough reasonable doubt for me to be like, oh, what are we doing here? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she killed him or if somebody else did at this point. And this has just been the craziest trial I've ever seen. And you guys, there's still like 3 more weeks. We're on week 5. So we're still looking at 3 more weeks of this craziness. So, he's going to be fired. He's going to be fired. He probably has a text waiting for him as he gets out of court. Oh, there was a hearing for Walsh today. Interesting. Oh, it was Michael Proctor. Okay. Sometimes I get the Brian Walsh and the Sandra Birchmore, who is in each one. I get them a little confused because it's all the same place and players, just not everyone is playing in the same case. But that's too much. Yes, let's not retaliate. Either way, trust me, even if she's found guilty, there is more than enough for appeals. And I know everyone always says, oh, well, they can just file an appeal. Okay. It is very rare for you to win an appeal. Okay. It's very, very rare for you to win an appeal and get a new trial or get your sentence reduced. It is very freaking hard. That's why you got to make sure in your first trial that everything goes the way it needs to do. Sorry. Elbow feed is always such a distraction. You don't want to know. You guys don't want to know. But yeah, I find there to be too much reasonable doubt to convict as well. This is bad. Why did they bring in these people? I cannot figure out Brennan's whole thing. I mean, we have the people this morning, the DNA people that helped in no way, shape, or form. They said, Proctor and Buchanan's DNA wasn't on the taillight. Okay. But there's still 3 unknown people. One of them, I think, was John, but okay. And then the mitochondrial guy. Okay. This is crazy. Who does Brennan have left? Dr. Wilcher and then his new Emmy, or are they only for the rebuttal? That's a good question because they did bring up the OG Emmy. So I don't know if they're still planning on bringing somebody. We will have Dr. Welcher, so they still need him. Who else do they need? Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, hold on just a second. Sorry, apparently you guys could hear Ella Feet's phone in the bathroom. I know you guys like the sound of my voice, but do you need it twice? I don't think so. They underestimated Alessi. Yes, they did. Oh my gosh. Can we talk about what an amazing lawyer he is? I've never seen anyone like him be so knowledgeable and have a personality that, like, it's hard when you're really, really smart to not come off as like a pretentious dick. Okay. And he does a really good job of, one, letting you know that he's really smart, but not making you feel less than. Like, he can explain it to you in a way that everyone's going to understand. And you're like, oh my gosh, that's so great. Thank you. And he's so polite, but like, he really knows his stuff when he's crossing somebody. And that is very impressive. Very, very impressive. He's probably, I don't know, he might be the best attorney I've ever seen in real time, to be honest. I mean, Jackson and Gannetti, we haven't seen much of him. I haven't seen much of him in this trial. I don't know how much he did in the first trial. And Jackson's great too. But Alessi making the complicated stuff easy to understand and pointing out the problems and making them easy to understand as well. Like, masterclass this guy is. Just masterclass. I don't think Brennan vetted Aperture like he should have. And when he found out, it was too late to change urges. Yes. Right. And he teaches us new words. Mendacity, which I forget exactly what that means, but I feel, it was something about being untruthful and deceitful or something like that, is something along those lines. But he teaches us new words. I love it. I love it so much. Oh my goodness, you guys, what a day. Well, I don't really have much to talk about. I need to get my stuff ready for Buffy Buffy. Well, Buffy too. No, I got to get my stuff ready for the P. Diddy. Wait, is it Diddy? I don't even know what his name is anymore. Anyway, he sucks. The Sean Diddy Combs federal trial is going on right now, and I will have an update later tonight out on that because their court doesn't end for like another half hour. But day 4 and 5 dropped yesterday. So after this, if you haven't yet, go check out my coverage. Couch Court with Llama After Dark. I've been doing the recaps. They're fairly decent in time. It goes by fast. I know they say like 45 minutes to an hour, but I think they go pretty quickly. So definitely go check those out. We will be here tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time for day 19 of the Karen Reed trial. And you guys don't be late. Don't be late. All right, because this guy's still on the stand. And unless he's going to be there, do not sleep in. Set your alarms. Be here with us 8:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning for more. All right, if you guys had fun, be sure you like this video, subscribe, hit the notification bell, share with your friends. Be like, hey, you know where I hang out all day? Here, with all the cool kids. All right, you guys have a great rest of the day. I'm going to go for now. Until next time, go forth and be amazing. Love you all so much, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.